Good evening and welcome to this episode of the Mary Trump Show. There's actually not a word quite to describe how I'm feeling right now about my next guest. To say I'm grateful that he's here is the understatement of the millennium. Um, he is, as you all know, a phenomenal actor, director, human being. And as some of you may not know, but we will certainly talk about a lot, somebody who has been paying attention to what's been happening in America for a very long time and has had his fingers on the pulse of what has been going wrong and whose opinion I value more than just about anybody's in terms of what he thinks needs to happen. So Rob Reiner, thank you so much for being here tonight.
Well, thank you, Mary, and thanks for having me because I have to say that when you came on the scene, that to me was the biggest breath of fresh air. And when you came out with your book, and the first person to really explain to the public what we were dealing with. I mean, the presidency of Donald Trump is one of the strangest things that has happened in American history. And a lot of people for a long time couldn't understand how this could have occurred. And now we're at a place where we see not only his effect on a big chunk of the population, but a real fear of stealing our democracy, which started with his presidency, impeached twice, and then launched a violent attack on our Capitol. And here we are, where he has still refused to admit that he lost an election. And I look to you to explain that, because what you have said in your book and what I've seen you on the air many times is he can't lose. He cannot accept a loss, because if he accepts a loss, he will, in his gut, in his mind, he will literally disappear. He will no longer exist. Right. So he will do anything in his power not to lose. And when you look at his career, he's lost like hundreds of times. He's lost. His casinos collapsed, his foundation collapsed, his university collapsed. He literally lost the first election by 3 million votes, the second one by over 7 million votes. And he has found a way to use disinformation and the media and Twitter, which he's been kicked off of now, to frame it as a win, that he's a winner, that he's a billionaire, that he's a success. And what I've said for so long is that the only thing that Donald Trump has succeeded in is convincing people he's a success.
Absolutely. And he's had a lot of help. And that is one of the most fascinating things about what's unfolded. Now, of course, the Republican Party has been softening the ground for somebody like Donald to come along for decades now. So it's not an accident that he was able to waltz his way into the Oval Office. But you talk about his inability to lose and what that means for him. But think about all along the way, how many people needed to help him help protect himself from that reality. And that's where we are now. I sort of see the Republican Party not just as complicit or as enabling, but as prime movers, because the Republican Party itself also knows that it can't win legitimate. That he's a loser.
That he's a loser. They know he lost the election.
And they know that they would never win another election if they didn't rig the system as well.
Right. Well, what you have is, it's pretty scary, because we've always known that there has been what we call the lunatic fringe. Mm-hmm. It's, the racist part of this country, which is baked into our very DNA from our birth, and the Christian nationalism that is baked into the country. All of that's been there, this kind of wild, crazy, like we say, lunatic fringe.
Mm-hmm.
But it was always buried underneath. I mean, people, we knew it was there, but we kind of had it submerged. Then Donald Trump comes along and he unearths it all, and it all rises to the surface. And you find somebody like Vladimir Putin, who is steeped in the Cold War, who is a KGB spy, who understands the value of disinformation, and he gets the use of the atomic weapon of this time, which is social media, and to be able to spread disinformation wildly. And he has the vessel with when it's to push it through, which is Donald Trump, and he did it. He succeeded in 2016, and all of these people who have been submerged for a long time have risen to the surface. Now, it's not more than 25-30% of the country, but that's enough to subvert democracy. It's enough to try to steal an election, which he tried to do and failed, and continues to say that he won, and continues to have those people working. Because if you're a white Christian nationalist, you don't care what his proclivities are, whether he, abused women or raped somebody or whatever he did. You don't care, because he's a vessel for you to get abortion rights.
Yep.
If you're a gun person, he's going to stick with you on gun rights. He's like a Rorschach test for anybody. They'll read in whatever they want to make sure that he stays in power. And he's more than happy to do it, because he just needs it. He's like an empty vessel who needs constant attention and love. And you say he's been propped up. It started with his dad. His dad propped him up. His dad went to the casino and purchased $3 million worth of chips to make sure his casino didn't go under. His dad was the one who gave him $400 million and didn't want to look like an idiot when he blew $400 million. So he's had people propping him up all the way, as long as it's beneficial to them. Look at a guy like McCarthy. He knows Trump lost the election. He knows Trump is bad for democracy. So does Mitch McConnell. They both know it. But their livelihoods right now is tied to that 25 to 30%.
That's right. And you said so much there, and
I know I should shut up, right?
No. It's because it's so complicated that all of these things are interrelated, and the last thing in the world I want you to do is shut up. I do think it's important to kind of hone in on one or two of those things, because they're connected and we still see them playing out. The reason, as I've said before, Donald is somebody who has always been of use to smarter, more powerful men, starting with my grandfather. And I think, Vladimir Putin, and I know that's a subject that interests you greatly. And as you say, Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy know they need Donald, or at least to appease him and his base, in order to maintain minority power forever, because they don't care about democracy. You also talked about the lunatic fringe, and I agree with you. There has always been that 25 to 28, 30% in this country. You're not going to reach them. The best we can do is make sure they each only have one vote. What happened, though, is because with Donald, his power comes from being quote unquote loved. And I put it in quotes because he does not understand what that word means. He wants to be popular, or he wants people kowtowing to him. And that's what happened with that 30%. So what we had normally, I think that the role of liberal democracy is to contain those people. For 2 years, between 2017 and 2019, 100% of the federal government represented the cause of that so-called lunatic fringe, which is now the mainstream of Republicans. That's the danger.
Yeah, it is the danger, because, and you always say, well, you hate to, invoke Hitler in any kind of political discussion. So, oh, it always comes down to Hitler. In this case, it actually applies.
That's right.
Because Hitler never had more than 25, 30% of the German people in favor of what he was doing, but it was enough to control his entire political operation and be able to wage a world war. So that's enough to do it. And if you're smart enough, what you do is you take that core of people and you start twisting the election laws. You get poll workers that agree with you. You get secretaries of state that will flip electors using the system against the majority. And so we are now, the vast majority of this country is tyrannized by this crazy minority.
Yes.
When you look at, I don't care what the issue is, whether it's gun rights, abortion rights, voting rights, the environment, healthcare, education, I don't care what you say. The Democrats are in the vast majority of all of those issues. And yet they're being controlled by this very small minority. And that's because our system is set up to make that happen.
Yeah, it's a broken system. Well, it depends. I guess it depends on your point of view. It's either a broken system or it's working exactly the way it was intended. And we do need to remind ourselves that the system was set up by a bunch of slaveholding white men who didn't want to give women or people of color in this country any kind of rights at all, including Native Americans. So what it is going to take is the courage to do that reimagining. And I want to, before we get to the hearings tonight in the January 6th committee, though, I want to go back a little bit because, as I've said, you've been following the wrong turns this country has taken for a long time, and you have a perspective that is invaluable, in my view, in understanding it. And I want to use as an example of that your project, investigaterussia.org, which I know has been archived, but you understood early on and deeply how important it was to get at what happened there.
Yeah.
And in some ways, you could say all of that is still unfolding. None of this has come to a conclusion.
No, and it's the brilliant use of disinformation and being able to push it out in, like I say, in an atomic weapon fashion. I mean, if you look back, the last time America was the good guys was the Second World War.
Right.
Then we lied our way into Vietnam. We lied our way into Iraq using media and using disinformation to say, yeah, there were weapons of mass destruction. Yeah, with the Gulf of Tonkin, we were attacked. All of those things are, Iran-Contra was another a thing. And so when you team up a brilliant disinformation user like a Vladimir Putin, and all he has to do, think about this. You have 3 states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Those are the 3 states that were flipped in order to let Donald Trump win the first time in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
But in order to flip those 3 states, you only need to go into Detroit, Milwaukee, and Philadelphia, where there are a predominantly Black population and electorate. And if you can suppress enough votes in those 3 states, you can flip them. And he won those 3 states by 79,000 votes. So when you say, well, they only took out $130,000 worth of ads it's not about that. It's about disinformation. It's about suppressing the vote. It's about telling Black people that if you vote something like this is going to happen, or don't show up on this day or whatever. It's just enough to do that. And all you have to do is look at, where did they go? What were the states that Paul Manafort told Konstantin Kilimnik, who was a Russian spy, what did he tell them that their strategy was? Those 3 states, and how they were going to nail those 3 states. So it's not rocket scientists to figure that out. Right. Unfortunately, we had gotten rid of the independent counsel law, and we had the special counsel, and that was Robert Mueller. His hands were tied. There was no, he couldn't prosecute. He couldn't do anything. But if they say there was no collusion, that's not true. You look at the Mueller report, there were at least 10 examples of how the Russians colluded with the Trump campaign in order to win. And there were 5 examples of obstruction of justice. So to have it whitewashed by William Barr, that was pretty scary. But what's really scary is you see it continuing. We're continuing, even though you got somebody like Bill Barr bailing out.
Right.
He bails out. You know, I'll have to see Mark Meadows bail out. I mean, you know, Mo Brooks is hemming and hawing. You see these people because they know it's wrong. They know that he lost, and then this is wrong. But they're hanging on. And a guy like Mitch McConnell, it's like he's dying. He says he can't stand the fact that he has to deal with Donald Trump on a day-to-day. He can't stand it, but he knows he has to do it, and all he cares about is power and getting elected. Same thing with McCarthy. It's really, really scary, and we've got to figure out a way to come out in droves and come out so strong that even though they've got their poll workers, they've got their secretaries of election board certifiers, we've got so many votes that they can't ignore. You know, it can't be ignored that way. And that's what we're going to have to do.
It is. And one of the things that concerns me, in addition to everything you just mentioned, is that a lot of what's happened and what's continuing to happen is being put in either political terms or it's being normalized. So we have a situation in which, you know, as you said, Biden got almost 8 million more votes, but his margin in 3 states was very narrow and flipped 44,000 votes, and he gets the popular vote by 8 million and still loses.
Right.
And that margin could be even bigger in the popular vote and he could still lose. So there's that, plus the fact that we are heading into what I believe is going to be one of the most historically significant events, certainly in my lifetime. I mean, this blows Watergate out of the water.
Yeah.
The January 6th Select Committee hearing starting tonight at 8:00. I got to, I'm like so nervous.
Yeah, I'm nervous
right?
too, because what you said is true. This is so far beyond Watergate. You know, and I lived through Watergate, and we saw, oh, look at Nixon. He snuck into the DNC and he tried to get records and stuff. That's like child's play compared to what's happened, you know, in the last few years. And the public, because of the reporting has been good, they know a lot of this stuff. And they're on this 24-hour day news cycle, and they don't care about it and they forget about it. So it has to be compelling. It has to tell the public exactly what happened, and we know what happened. We know what happened. You know, a man, you know, incited a violent mob to try to overthrow the government. That's what happened. And it was a seditious conspiracy. And Donald Trump is right at the head of it. And everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. So somehow they're going to have to break through to the public and show them that that's what happened. And I'm scared. I'm scared that they're not going to pay attention, or it's not going to be riveting enough, or whatever. Right. I mean, the press, you know, it's a weird thing that's happened. A good friend of mine, Dan Pfeiffer, who was a communications director for Obama. He had an article yesterday, I think it was with Greg Sargent at the you know, Washington Post, and he was interviewing him. And what he was saying is the Republicans, the right wing, they have their own media.
Yes. Their
own state-run media. They don't budge from what the fact that they're not even going to run the hearings. They don't budge. The Democrats rely on the mainstream media, and the mainstream media still is playing this game of you got to show both sides of it. Not this is true, this is not true, but some people believe 2 + 2 is 5. And we have to report that.
That's
no,
right.
you don't. No, you don't. You don't have to report that there's no such thing as climate change. You don't have to report that. So we're playing on that playing field,
Yeah.
and they're playing on a very different playing field. And unfortunately, we're stuck. It's a weird thing. We're stuck with having to tell the truth.
Right?
They can lie all they want. They can
So
lie like crazy. We have to tell the truth, because if we become them and we start telling lies like they do, then we become them, and
that's right.
then you've lost democracy.
That's right. And that's such an important point, because it is so much harder to or sorry, I should say it's so much easier to get your way if you are perfectly comfortable lying constantly and you have no sense of shame. Like, we cannot keep pretending that we can shame these people. We can't keep pretending that we can make common cause with them, because one, you don't
Right.
make common cause with fascists, and two, they aren't playing. They're just, they don't want to have anything to do
Right.
with giving us any kind, or Democrats any kind of win. And what is also
But you said it. You said it, Mary. You said it, because, you know, they don't have shame to tell
right.
a lie. And where does that come from? Fish stinks from the head. So if
That's
Donald
right.
Trump will just lie his ass off, and nobody care, and he doesn't care, and he doesn't feel guilty, and he doesn't feel shame, and he's successful, they're going to say, hey, that's what we can do, the same thing. We'll just lie to them, because that's what he does.
That's exactly, I think that is the greatest, and by greatest, I don't mean good. I mean just the biggest contribution he made to the Republican Party is to teach them. He gave them a roadmap. Never back down, never tell the truth, never admit you were wrong, never accept no for an answer, and just cheat and cheat and cheat and deny you cheated. And that's the world we're living in. And Democrats keep pretending that we live in a world in which there is such a thing as bipartisanship, and there is a way to play nice. And as you said, the media keeps pretending that both sides have valid points of view that need to be reported and given equal time, when the truth of the matter is, we Joe Biden's presidency is not a normal presidency, and it did not follow another normal presidency. This is and I hate this word because it's so overused, but it's true. It's an unprecedented situation. This is an election in which the fact that inflation and gas prices, which, by the way, no American president has ever had any control over,
No.
are the driving issues. And the fact that the last government tried to destroy democracy and is still trying to destroy democracy, it's frustrating.
It's really frustrating when we're not accepting the basic truth
Yeah.
that this guy won and this guy lost.
Right.
People are still saying he won. And so how do you have a discussion with somebody who is adamant about 2 + 2 is 5? No, it is. It is. I mean, you can't discuss anything. You have to have a basic set of facts that you can discuss things over and argue about. That's why all the good people, the Adam Kinzingers of the world, and they leave. They quit. Paul Ryan, whatever. I mean, I didn't agree with certain policies, but at least you can reason with a person. You can have a discussion with somebody. That's gone. That is completely gone. And you look at somebody like Liz Cheney. I mean, she's like a goddess right now. I mean, she's standing her ground, and I don't agree with her on most policies, but boy, do I agree with her on wanting to preserve and protect the Constitution and democracy. And that's what these hearings are about. So hopefully people will pay attention.
Rob, there's something there too that is has been bugging me. I am completely on board with you about Kinzinger and Cheney. Without those two, this would be perceived as nothing but a partisan issue by some people on the left too, probably. So
they still call it a partisan,
even though there were two
Republicans and one was the third ranking Republican in the House.
That's
they
right.
Still call it partisan. That's the craziness of all this.
Exactly, but it really isn't. And having them there is incredibly important. They seem to be doing a magnificent job, but there are a couple of issues that have to do with not just their voting records, but how they're approaching certain things with this committee. Now, as you said, we probably disagree with them practically none of the time, except for in this instance. I think Liz Cheney voted with Donald 95% of the time, voted against Voting Rights Act, voted against Build Back Better, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, which is the fact that they're demonizing her is even more ridiculous.
Yeah.
So now normally I would say, you know what, let's live in a world again where we can just disagree about these policy issues. However, this committee is going to be making recommendations. And one of them is, or two of them will be, get rid of the Electoral College, which it should be a no-brainer for anybody who believes
No
that
brainer. No
one,
brainer.
you
And
know,
boy, is that not going to happen.
that's not going to happen. But the other sticking point seems to be the Electoral College Count Act. You cannot say that you're for saving American democracy and willing to destroy your entire career to do that, and yet fail to make those recommendations.
Yeah.
That's
well,
where
the
I'm
Electoral
kind of
College Act, which is basically says whoever wins a state gets those electors, that you can't flip, and put a separate slate of electors, which is what Trump tried to do throughout this last election. That actually could get passed. I mean, it might, who knows? But again, any of those things would have to, you'd have to have a 52, seat majority in the Senate so that you could overturn the filibuster. That's the only way you're going to get any of these things done. The other thing that people talk about is criminal referrals. Will the January 6th committee make any criminal referrals? And I wouldn't think about that too much one way or the other, because to me, this is the Justice Department's department, their bailiwick. It's going to be up to Merrick Garland to decide, is there enough evidence to, and in the case of Donald Trump, he has to be darn sure that not only is there enough evidence, but it has to be slam dunk that he can convict if it ever got into a court of law. Because boy, do you not want to indict a former president of the United States and then not do what you need to do. And it's not like it wouldn't be in a political arena. It's going to be in the courts. Now you'd say, well, okay, well, you get to the Supreme Court and that's skewed and that's problematic and so on. But and he also knows that there would be violence.
Yeah.
There will be violence if he does something like that. But on the other hand, if he doesn't do something like that, if he doesn't do what he needs to do, that's worse. And there'll be violence there. That's worse, because then you're basically saying the rule of law is meaningless, the Constitution is meaningless, and democracy is meaningless. So that's, to me, the question is there enough information that they've gathered in the January 6th committee to be able to hand over to the Justice Department and say, what do you want to do with this? Look at what we've laid out here for you. And I'm sure they have a lot of that information already. I was one of those people who was very down on Merrick Garland for a long time, but he's very methodical. And I see what, the minute he arrested Peter Navarro, I said, okay, he's doing what he needs to do. And they're saying, well, but he didn't arrest Mark Meadows and Scavino and but there may be other reasons why not to do that and why he arrests Bannon and Navarro. So let's see. We got to hold our powder on that. But boy, if that information is out there, and even if the public doesn't watch it, if the information is there to say that there are crimes that have been committed, and Liz Cheney's said essentially there are crimes. Not only that, but a federal judge in one of his rulings said more likely than not there were crimes committed.
Very
you have to prosecute those crimes.
That's right. And I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing that Fox isn't airing the hearings. One, because I think that's information that non-Fox viewers will take note of that. And if they did show the hearings, there will be spin, they'll have their own counter commentary. None of their viewers will care or believe anything the committee says anyway. So
Yeah, yeah.
I almost think it's valuable that they're not, because
Yeah,
it speaks
somebody
volumes.
made a joke, said they should rerun all 11 hours of the Benghazi hearings, and have Hillary still talking about
Oh,
Benghazi.
I kind of hope that happens, because
It would
that
be
would
great.
just
It
be
would be great.
fantastic. I think we should put in a call to Sean Hannity
Yeah.
and recommend that. But uh, the other thing is that I think this committee does understand, in a way. I quite honestly, it shouldn't have to, but this is the reality of the time in which we live. They understand that it has to be a show, and they seem to have prepared accordingly.
I hope so. I hope so.
Well, it makes me a little bit nervous when Jamie Raskin says it's going to blow the roof off the house. Like, please under promise and over deliver,
Yeah,
not the
boy,
other way
it's
around.
like when you're introducing a comedian. This next guy is the funniest guy that's ever, and he comes on. You can't. There's nothing you can do.
Okay, so I guess when I introduce, I should Rob Reiner. He's okay.
Yeah, he's
Okay,
right.
so
He's all right.
but there is something about, and I'm sure we've all been all over the place on this. They should have had hearings every day for months. 6 isn't enough. Why are only 2 prime time? But I need to believe that they've really thought about this stuff, and that they're beyond prepared, and that, like Merrick Garland, even though the context is different, they understand if you go with the king, you best not miss.
Right, right.
What are you looking for? Like, what, I guess, and obviously the best case scenario is they convince everybody, and Merrick
I
Garland.
want to see them connect the dots. I
Okay.
want to see them connect all those dots, because it's not just about this violent insurrection that happened on January 6th. It's everything that led up to it, and it's everything that's gone on since then. And if they can connect all of those dots, they'll see what is at the root of all this. And pretty much we know what it is.
Do you wonder sometimes why the Democrats aren't more aggressive in other areas, though? I mean, why isn't there a committee investigating the ridiculous, enormous sums of money Jared and Ivanka made while they were allegedly working for the federal government?
Well, I think that they have started an investigation, the ethics committee. I think they have started that. But, listen, if you wanted to investigate all of the corruption and criminality from the Trump administration, the rest of your life, that's what you'd be doing. I mean, you look at every single cabinet member and every, I mean,
and they're all running for Congress or something.
It goes on and on. I remember when, let's get him on the emoluments clause. Emoluments. He emolumented himself every day. Give me this, give me that. I'll take a thing, I mean,
and the Hatch
I'm going to
Act.
charge for the Secret Service to stay at my golf clubs, and I'll do this. I mean, it's all emoluments.
It's all emoluments. Yes. And I think that is one of the things it's one of the very few things Donald's actually good at. He's so egregious that it's never cumulative, because I think people are just sort of gobsmacked by, wait a minute, he did what? And then he does another thing that's even worse. So you forget about the first thing. But it shouldn't work that way. And governments certainly shouldn't be swayed by that. At least, I mean, shouldn't be swayed into forgetting what happened, no matter the enormity of it. And you mentioned Benghazi earlier. Why the Republicans, I hate to say it, but they're really good at this shit.
Yeah, they are. They are, because they only care about holding on to power. It's not about promoting policy. It's about holding on to power. We care about making sure women have a right to choose, and that we have good gun safety laws, and that we protect the environment, and that we give women good child care, and we have a fair tax code, and all of these things that help everybody, which are very hard to explain. And you get into going into the policy weeds, and people go, what is it? They care about one thing: get the power. whatever it takes to get the power. And it's a much easier thing to do.
It is, but in order to do the things we want to do, we need the power. So,
Yes. But the thing is, we have the power. We just don't have we are in the majority, but we don't get to govern. We don't get to govern because of the way the system is set up. I remember years, at the beginning, Trump said, I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and nobody would care. And I thought, what are you talking about? He was right. He said, I'll grab a woman by her private parts, and that was fine. Everything's fine. It's all fine. And so maybe he knows something. Maybe he knows he can do anything and get away with it.
Well, he always has. That's the thing. And that is actually one of the things that always pulls me up short. This has been happening since he was a child. And the fact that there's always somebody there to play the role my grandfather played, to get him out of a jam, to enable him, to help him succeed or fail upward so spectacularly, is something that it hurts. It hurts, actually.
Yeah, it hurts in business, but it really hurts when you're talking about our country and the possible demise of democracy and robbing people of their voting rights and all of that. That's when it really hurts. So I'm scared about this, but I got to have the faith. I got to have faith that we're going to prevail. I mean, we're in the vast majority. We have to prevail.
I agree. There are so many more of us, and I say that sometimes just to convince myself not to be despairing, but it also does happen to be true, even though it doesn't often feel like that. But we do have to recognize that we're not just fighting against people who, as we've said, have no shame and don't mind lying. We're also fighting against people who seem not to give a shit about human life. Yeah. And that puts us at a huge disadvantage, because Donald just didn't shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue. He, in my view, is directly responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands, if not over 1 million Americans. They are totally fine.
Yeah.
With
no,
letting
he has
little
no problem
children,
with any of that stuff.
And none of the Republicans were totally fine leaving people vulnerable to getting COVID and dying from COVID. They're totally fine with letting children, babies, be slaughtered by weapons of war. For what exactly?
Yeah.
So we can't forget
because
that
they only
either.
care about power. They don't care about they don't have a feeling. It's eye for an eye or turn the other cheek. I mean, Jesus was turn the other cheek.
Yeah. So these alleged Christians, need to either read the New Testament again, or stop saying they're Christians or something. Yeah. But it's another thing that puts us at a disadvantage, because I think it's very difficult for people to wrap their heads around that.
Yeah.
And again, it's not just the media. I think human beings need to kind of normalize things so they're not constantly being overwhelmed.
Yeah.
And which is why I think that I hope that your faith in Merrick Garland is confirmed. I mean, I actually also have come around to thinking that he'll get there.
Yeah.
But the American people, not everybody has the luxury of paying so much attention to this stuff. Like you and I are in a very small minority of people who are plugged in a way, quite honestly, I sometimes really don't want to be.
I know. Right? I mean, wouldn't you love to just throw Twitter away and all that? But that's the only way we have to communicate things, and we try, and
Right, but which is why people like Merrick Garland need to. I know you can't say so and so's under indictment or so and so's under investigation. You can't do that, but you can help inform people about what you're looking at, or help give them faith that you are looking into something, as opposed to this like absolute silence that I think is demoralizing.
It is, but I always look to my friends, Lawrence Tribe. Great constitutional scholar, and Neil Katyal and Glenn Kirshner, and all these people who are really just in the weeds on all this, and they
Yeah.
all say, be patient, and it looks like he's doing what he needs to do. So I go with that. But you're right. I mean, the public. It would be nice for the public to know that the democracy is on good footing, but we don't get that sense. I don't get that sense.
No, partially because just again specifically about Merrick Garland, I think he needs to wrap his head around the fact that if he doesn't decide to go ahead with indictments, that is also a political decision.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I mean, he has to go forward with indictments if there are facts laid out that say there was a crime committed. If you just choose not to do that with the most egregious crime any president has ever committed against the United States, which is try to overthrow the government, if you don't prosecute that, what do you prosecute? I mean, they weren't going to prosecute Nixon.
Right.
They were planning to prosecute Nixon, and that's why Ford pardoned him. And that meant that Nixon had to acknowledge that he committed a crime. You don't get pardoned unless you commit a crime.
And not only did not only were they going to indict him, but I think it was Barry Goldwater, but I could be wrong, who went to Nixon and said, "Hey, man, you're done."
Yeah, no, you're going to be impeached and you're going to be convicted in the Senate. And they told him that.
So, Rob, I know that in the grand scheme of things, it's about raw power. However, right during January 6th and in the immediate aftermath, a lot of Republicans understood what was going on. I'm sure we'll hear much more about it than we already know. But McCarthy was saying, he'll get impeached. They were talking about the 25th Amendment.
McConnell said that, that he is responsible, that Donald Trump is responsible for what happened on January 6th. He said that on the floor of the United States Senate.
And still didn't vote to convict.
No.
But he said it. And
he did say it. And so did McCarthy say that, we can't have this. This is, and we know everything that happened. And we know that he said, well, maybe they should hang Mike Pence, Hey, Kevin, maybe these people want to care about more about this election than you do, and all that kind of stuff. We know this was said.
We know it was said. I wish and who knows? I mean, I know as little as anybody else about how these hearings are going to unfold. And I know this isn't going to seem like the most important thing, but I think it would be very helpful for them to help people understand that all of this, everything Donald said, was coming from a place of weakness. It was coming from it's somebody who lost so badly that he just couldn't take it in. He couldn't process it, and he couldn't move on from it.
Right.
And his need to defend himself against that knowledge sucked so many other people in that, like Mike Pence, they were willing to overlook the fact that Donald was out totally
but eventually
cool
Mike Pence did the right thing, and Hope Hicks left, and Ivanka and Jared tried to remove themselves. People were moving away, and he was left with Lynn Wood, the My Pillow guy, and Sidney Powell. I mean, and Rudy, Rudy with the dripping things on the.
That was let's not talk about that. That was just horrific. Yeah. But Rob, they're all back in line.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I don't know. I don't know what the testimony of his children was or what we're going to find out about that. But the entirety of the Republican Party.
Yeah.
It's in line again.
If they want to survive, he controls the purse strings. If they want to survive, listen, he's got Herschel Walker, for crying out loud, running against Warnock in Georgia. I mean, Herschel Walker The guy, he can't put two sentences together.
He really
So,
can.
he's controlling those purse strings, and all these Republicans who only care about their elections, they know it. They know it. And so if he runs again, which he probably will, and he'll have to announce right after the midterms because he'll hold on to all the money. I mean, Ron DeSantis is sitting around, and all these other people looking to get an opening, but they won't have an opening if he controls the Republican Party, which he does right now.
He does. And one of the most unforgivable things about that is that he has made it clear to them that the only way to be viable in this party is to be as cruel as you can possibly be. And we are seeing that. We're seeing that play out, particularly in Texas and Florida, but also in other states like Oklahoma and
right.
The
But if you
Dakotas.
look at a guy like Glenn Youngkin,
Yeah,
here's a guy who, when he's playing to the base and he knows just the base is there, he goes to that ugly, horrible side that is Trump. But then when he gets in front of the mainstream media, he looks more moderate. And
that's right.
And the same thing with DeSantis. He'll be the same way. So you can't win unless you're Donald Trump, and he doesn't win. He lost 2 elections in a row. And he won the electoral college the first time, but he lost by 3 million votes, for crying out loud.
And he lost the House, and he lost the Senate.
He lost everything. So, but he's the only one that can pull that off. They have to pretend to be moderate to the mainstream media, otherwise they won't succeed. Not on a statewide or national basis. In a particular district, you can be, Boebert or Marjorie Taylor Greene, and one of those people. You can be any of those people, but not in a statewide election, and not in a national election.
Yeah, gerrymandering only has utility in local races and in congressional races, but that is one thing that I'm glad you brought Youngkin up, because I think that that's a really good example of what we're most in danger of. This guy figured out, I'm absolutely 100% with Donald, but I can't let people know that because I want to play to suburban women or what have you. And he did it in a way, he went after school issues. He introduced the critical race theory issue, which was nothing but racist. It was not relevant. It was not a thing that happens.
It's not something that they teach in grade school.
And yet, or even high school. I mean, well, that is grade school. Sorry. Yes. Yeah. From 1st through 12th, they do not teach this. They teach it's a legal theory. Right. And yet, Rob, he got through that entire election cycle without his Democratic opponent or the mainstream media calling him a racist. Right. That's something else we're fighting against that really worries me.
Yeah. No. I mean, racism is at the base of that lunatic fringe that we talked about earlier, that 20, 25, 30%. It's hardcore racism.
But it's also suburban women in Virginia who don't understand necessarily, or maybe they can't acknowledge necessarily that that's what it's about. It's just, as you said very earlier on in our conversation, this is in the bones. This is from this country's birth.
Right.
And because we've never acknowledged it, it just kind of stays beneath the surface of people who've never had to have those hard conversations. And now we see the Republican Party legislating against teaching our children.
But they're frightened. You see, they're frightened because you've got a wildly changing demographic. You know, within the next 15, 20 years or so, whites will be another minority. They might be a plurality, but they'll be a minority, just like in California. That's what we have. And so they're frightened to death that this hardcore idea of America, white Christian nationalism, racism, all that stuff is going to disappear. Now, the great news is if we can keep our democracy together long enough, how great is that? Because what we are then showing is the ideas of democracy, which is whatever your religion, whatever your race, whatever your color, whatever your nationality, you can be okay in America and you can live in harmony. It's that John Lennon Imagine of it all. And if we can pull that off, then we say, look at what America can be. That the world can be that. And so we want to be the beacon to the world, and yet there's this ugly thing underneath it all that we have to make sure it doesn't take over. And right now it's trying desperately to take over because it thinks it's going to get wiped out.
You know, what you said about what America could be is so moving to me, because that is the potential. You know, as you know, America has never been a real democracy. It was set in motion by men who were in some ways incredibly short-sighted, and who were willing to allow generations of people to suffer horribly under a system that could have and should have elevated them,
Right.
which again was the potential also of Reconstruction, which
But
sadly
think about
didn't last.
this: as steeped as they were in their own mindset and prejudices and whatever, they did write a constitution that allowed for amendments.
That's
And
exactly
it's
right. Yes,
there, and
right.
it says in order to form a more perfect union. So they
Absolutely.
envisioned that things would change and life would change that they couldn't imagine beyond there. When they wrote the Second Amendment, do you think that they thought everybody's going to have, forget an AR-15, how about a nuclear weapon? Why can't I have a nuclear weapon? He
Exactly.
can have a nuclear. They didn't imagine. They didn't even know those things existed.
Of
So
course not.
they at least set something in motion that allowed us to amend it. And so if we can keep it together long enough, then we can realize what the democracy really can be, which is whatever your sexuality, whatever your race, your color, your creed, your man, woman, whatever, you can live in harmony with your fellow citizen. And that's a great thing to aspire to. And the Constitution has the ability to get there, but we have to protect it. And right now it's that, and democracy is really under attack like crazy.
And it's under attack because the right knows they have a very limited window of opportunity to turn things around in their favor and deny us that potential. So everybody listening who, because I hear this all the time, politicians in particular say, you know, everybody needs to show up and vote. We say we need to show up in numbers so big. And some people respond, I did that and still nothing changed. Well, guess what? That's not true. We, in a rare move, we pulled democracy from the jaws of autocracy in 2020. I agree that it's very upsetting that things are actually worse in a lot of ways than they were a year ago, which is kind of unbelievable to me. The danger feels worse.
All of that feels worse, and yet the economy is better.
The economy is
It
better.
is better. There are more jobs created. There are more higher wages. All of those things are happening too, along with the inflation and all of that, which will change ultimately.
Of course, but I was speaking more specifically about the feeling of the threat. Like you figure, okay, Biden won, we're good. No, we're not. They're still trying. But what should inspire everybody is what you just said. Within our reach is a country in which everybody finally, at long last, is equal, has the same civil rights, has the same level of acceptance. And that's what we need to hang on to. That's what needs to motivate us.
Right.
So,
and we're seeing, we see Roe v. Wade. We don't know when that ruling is going to come out, but it looks like Roe v. Wade is being stripped away. And, we formed the American Foundation for Equal Rights, and we filed a lawsuit and it went to the Supreme Court, which led to marriage equality. And I know that they're going to come after that.
They will.
They're going to come after all of that.
They will indeed.
And if they can win, they've spent the last 40, 50 years working through the system, working through the Federalist Society to make sure those judges got on the Supreme Court. The 3 judges, Trump got 3 judges. One of them, and before that, you got Gorsuch, who Merrick Garland didn't even get a hearing. So they know how to play the system. They know how to work the system, and they've gotten themselves set up to where they're in the best position they've ever been, and we have to defeat them. We have to beat them at the polls. We have to do it. If we don't do it, then goodbye and good luck. And then people are going to be leaving the country and going someplace else.
And think about what will happen globally. But in the meantime, let's focus on what we can do. Being tired is not an option. Being frustrated is not an option.
No.
I mean, you can be, but go vote anyway.
Yeah,
I don't care how frustrated you are.
And watch these hearings. You got to watch the hearings. Get yourself informed.
Yes.
Understand what happened that day and how it happened and how it's continuing to happen.
That's right. The hearings are in 5 minutes. I just want everybody to know that if you stay with us, we are going to be live streaming them right here. You don't have to go anywhere. We'll have live commentary. We're going to be joined by people like Brian Karam, Dean Obadala, Judy Gold, Kurt Bardella, John Fugelsang. Well, not tonight, actually. John will join us next week. Wajahat Ali, Norm Ornstein, Kathy Griffin, Maya Wiley.
You got a great
Judy
group.
Gold,
Wow.
Rachel and Alex Vindman, and on and on and on. I mean, it's an incredible group of people. Basically, we're going to just be watching, and when there's opportunity to make a comment, if something like really amazing happens, we'll do that. And then afterwards, we'll have a wrap-up analysis of what happened, and we're going to be doing this with every single hearing. Rob, if you want to pop in later on, that would be fantastic. I had so much else to talk to you about, but we are at such a critical moment right now that I kind of wanted to stay focused. But again, I'm grateful for everything you've done. I mean, as an artist, but as an American, and I've been having a really hard time with this because Republicans are really good at co-opting language, but we need to take back certain things. And you are a great patriot.
Oh, thank you.
And your love of this country is profound, and it has kept me going, along, of course, with your work as an artist, as a director, as an actor. I thank you for being you.
Thank you. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with my wife, Michelle's going to be watching in the other room. I'm going to go look there. And if I feel like I have to say something, I'll run back here.
Yeah. Just pop it. Seriously, it's not, you can come in for a minute, come in and out. It's literally like watching it at somebody's house, and you go to the kitchen to grab something, come back in, whatever. Yeah, okay. So it's very casual. Just come as you are, stay as long as you want.
Okay.
And again, thank you. I hope you'll be back. I have a feeling that things are going to be pretty fraught in the fall.
Yes.
And there will be lots to talk about. But again, thank you for making the time and for just doing everything you do.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you for your wisdom, which to me was like I said at the beginning, was such a breath of fresh air to hear somebody who really understood this man better than most.
Unfortunately, but if it helps.
Yeah,
then it's okay.
It does.
All right, Rob. Hopefully we'll see you in a bit. And in the meantime, everybody just hang in. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and we will be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay.
Bye. All right. Thank you, Rob. Bye.
I'll see you later.
The Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during tonight's hearing. Thanks to everyone watching tonight for sharing part of your evening to learn the facts and causes of the events leading up to and including the violent attack on January 6, 2021. Our democracy, electoral system, and country. I'm Benny Thompson, chairman of the January 6, 2021 committee. I was born, raised, and still live in Bolton, Mississippi, a town with a population of 521, which is midway between Jackson and Vicksburg, Mississippi, and the Mississippi River. I'm from a part of the country where people justify the actions of slavery, the Ku Klux Klan, and lynching. I'm reminded of that dark history as I hear voices today try and justify the actions of the insurrectionists on January 6, 2021. Over the next few weeks, hopefully you will get to know the other members, my colleagues up here, and me. We represent a diversity of communities from all over the United States, rural areas and cities, East Coast, West Coast, and the Heartland. All of us have one thing in common. We swore the same oath. That same oath that all members of Congress take upon taking office and afterwards every 2 years if they are reelected. We swore an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. The words of the current oath taken by all of us that nearly every United States government employee takes have their roots in the Civil War. Throughout our history, the United States has fought against foreign enemies to preserve our democracy, electoral system, and country. When the United States Capitol was stormed and burned in 1814, foreign enemies were responsible. Afterward, in 1862, when American citizens had taken up arms against this country, Congress adopted a new oath to help make sure no person who had supported the rebellion could hold a position of public trust. Therefore, congresspersons and United States federal government employees were required for the first time to swear an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That oath was put to test on January 6, 2021. The police officers who held the line that day honored their oath. Many came out of that day bloodied and broken. They still bear those wounds, visible and invisible. They did their duty. They repelled the mob and ended the occupation of the Capitol. They defended the Constitution against domestic enemies so that Congress could return, uphold our own oath, and count your votes to ensure the transfer of power, just as we've done for hundreds of years. But unlike in 1814, it was domestic enemies of the Constitution who stormed the Capitol and occupied the Capitol, who sought to thwart the will of the people to stop the transfer of power. And so they did, so at the encouragement of the President of the United States. The President of the United States trying to stop the transfer of power, a precedent that had stood for 220 years, even as our democracy had faced its most difficult tests. Thinking back again to the Civil War in the summer of 1864, the President of the United States believed we would be doomed to his bid for re-election. He believed his opponent, General George McClellan, would wave the white flag when it came to preserving the Union. But even with that grim fate hanging in the balance, President Lincoln was ready to accept the will of the voters, come what may. He made a quiet pledge. He wrote down the words, "This morning, as for some days past, it seems exceedingly probable that this administration will not be reelected. Then it will be my duty to so cooperate with the president-elect. It will be my duty." Lincoln sealed that memo and asked his cabinet secretaries to sign it sight unseen. He asked them to make the same commitment he did, to accept defeat if indeed defeat was the will of the people, to uphold the rule of law, to do what every president who came before him did and what every president who followed him would do, until Donald Trump. Donald Trump lost the presidential election in 2020. The American people voted him out of office.
Because he's a
It was
loser.
not because of a rigged system.
Well, he
It was
lost.
not because of voter fraud.
He's a fucking loser, you mean?
Don't believe me? Hear what his former
t-shirt.
attorney
Hey,
general
now.
had to say about it. I
Like, you
warn
haven't heard those words,
who
Brian.
watching that this contains strong language.
He's not kidding.
So,
Just
hey,
what
now.
I had 3 discussions with the president that I can recall. One was on November 23rd, one was on December 1st, and one was on December 14th. And I've been through sort of the give and take of those discussions. And in that context, I made it clear I did not agree with the idea of saying the election was stolen and putting out this stuff, which I told the president was bullshit. And, I didn't
Wait,
want to
what
be
is
a part
this?
of it. And that's one of the reasons
is
that
from
went
the,
into me deciding to
testimony.
leave when I did. I
This would be video
observed,
testimony.
I think it was on December 1st, that,
That's
how can we
produced,
can't
but-
live in a world where the incumbent administration stays in power based on its view, unsupported by specific evidence, that there was fraud in the election.
Bill Barr, on Election Day 2020, he was the Attorney General of the United States, the top law enforcement official in the country, telling the president exactly what he thought about claims of a stolen election. Donald Trump had his days in court to challenge the results. He was within his rights to seek those judgments. In the United States, law-abiding citizens have those tools for pursuing justice. He lost in the courts, just as he did at the ballot box. And in this country, that's the end of the line. But for Donald Trump, that was only the beginning of what became a sprawling, multi-step conspiracy aimed at overturning the presidential election, aimed at throwing out the votes of millions of Americans, your votes, your voice in our democracy, and replacing the will of the American people with his will to remain in power after his term ended. Donald Trump was at the center of this conspiracy, and ultimately, Donald Trump, the President of the United States, spurred a mob of domestic enemies of the Constitution to march down the Capitol and subvert American democracy. Any legal jargon you hear about seditious conspiracy, obstruction of an official proceeding,
I was there. This
conspiracy
isn't
to defraud the United States.
Yeah, this is not a good
boils down
beginning.
to this. January 6th was the culmination of an attempted coup.
I don't mean to be
A
negative,
brazen
but
attempt, as one rioter put it,
can somen give him
shortly
like a
after
double
January
espresso?
6th, to overthrow
I was
the
thinking
government.
something else, but yes.
Violence was no accident. It represents
Well, he's
Senate
presenting-
Trump's last stand,
presenting background
most
like they're
desperate
impeaching the guy.
chance
He was
to
impeached
halt
twice.
the transfer
What
of
the
power.
nation needs to see is cut to
Now,
the
you
chase.
may hear those
the nose.
words and
Tell me
think,
what's, tell
this
me
is
why we
just
can't
another
be indicted.
political attack
We
on
know all
Donald
not-
Trump
This
by
is not
people
blowing
who
the
don't
roof
like
off
him.
anything. This is like
That's not the
burying
case.
it in sand.
My
The house in
colleagues and
sand.
I
What the
all
fuck's
wanted
going
an
on here? Maybe I
outside
shouldn't be swearing.
independent commission
You can say
to
whatever the fuck you
investigate
want because this
January
is
I know,
fucking
but I'm trying to
ridiculous.
be positive,
similar to
but I'm
what
just going to
we
be
had
honest.
after 9/11.
Well, he lost me. I
After
love the
first
line.
agreeing
No,
to
he
the
lost in
idea,
court, but he lost at the
Donald
ballot
Trump's
box.
allies in
End it
Congress
there.
put a
No,
stop
no, your
to it.
audience. Know when to
Apparently,
pull. You made the
they don't
punchline.
want
Go on.
January 6th investigated
Yeah, this
at
isn't for
all.
people who've already.
And in the last 17
Yeah.
months, many of those same people
There's a
have
difference
tried
between
to
a hearing
whitewash
and
what
a
happened on
primetime
January
television.
6th, to rewrite
Hello.
history,
Listen, I
call it
just
a
think Democrats
tourist
are
visit,
so dug
label
into
it legitimate political
procedure
discourse.
and
Donald
look,
Trump and his followers have adopted
told you.
Here's
the
what I
early
would have
days,
done.
early days.
Oh,
I
But-
told
Do
you.
you
One is
believe
the part of,
me?
one
or
is
your
the party of
lying
no heart.
eyes?
The other is the party of no
We
head.
can't sweep
Right.
what happened.
you
I
don't
think-
need an intro like this. You need to
American people
say,
deserve
I
answers.
don't
So I
have
come
to say
before
much.
you
Let the
this
testimony
evening, not
speak
as a
for
Democrat,
itself.
but
Here's
as
what
an
he
American
did.
who
Here's what we're
swore
going to
an oath
prove.
to defend
Here's
the
my first witness.
Constitution.
Well, Norm just
Constitution
texted it.
doesn't
Start with
protect
a
Oh.
just
dynamite video.
Democrats
I totally
or
agree
just
with you, Norm.
Republicans.
Get
It
people
protects all of
riveted and
us,
hooked in.
we the
How many
people.
people turn this off
And
already?
this scheme was an
Yeah,
attempt
you want to start with
undermine
something
the will of the
that
people.
hooks them in
So
to watch
tonight
the rest.
and over
Yeah,
the
I'm
next
ready to
2
wake up
days,
now.
we're going to remind
Where's he
you
going? Wait.
Get me
the
some
reality
coffee.
of what
Oh.
happened that
The only
need
thing I can
coffee.
think,
I'll be
and I'm
right
not,
back.
I still there's
Must
no
do
excuse
much
for this,
more
but
than just look
maybe
backwards.
they're
Cause
waiting
of
to
our
give
democracy
Cheney
remains in
a
danger. The
Republican, like they're really,
conspiracy to thwart the will of the people is not
I
dramatic.
expect
There are
that will
those
be
in this
more
audience
dramatic.
thirst for power.
Yeah, and maybe it's
but
not a
have
bad
no
idea to have the
love or
Republican
respect
presenting
for
that
what
stuff, but this
makes
is
America great.
he could have
Look,
been talking for
Devotion to
You
the
know what?
10
When
seconds.
I
Allegiance
live
to
in
the rule
fear
of law.
of the first
Should have been no
Our
more than
shared
2
journey
minutes.
5
When I
minutes.
teach
to
a
build
class in
a
the
more
semester,
perfect
I live
union.
in fear of that first minute.
January 6th
You fuck up the
and the
first minute, the
lies
whole
that
semester
led
is lost.
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
insurrection
Right?
have put
Yeah.
Okay.
2
I'm sorry you lost me, what?
centuries of constitutional democracy at
I
risk.
mean,
The
damn.
world is watching what we
It's
do
too
here.
hot.
The world was watching. I
America
think
has
they
long
tuned out
been
Excuse me.
to
expected
watch
to be
Obi-Wan.
a shining city on the hill, a beacon of hope.
I
and
have no
freedom,
central air in this
a
room. And if I
model
turn
for
on my air
others
conditioning, it's going to
when
be
we
too
are at
loud.
our
So
best.
I'm just wearing like.
How can we
a
play
t-shirt.
that role?
All right. Well, a lot of
when
people
our
are
house
complaining
is
that
in
we're
such disorder? We must confront
That we're
the
being
truth
negative?
with
they want us to
candor,
shut up. So let's shut up for a
resolve,
bit.
and determination. We need to show that we are worthy of the gifts that are the birthright of every American. That begins here, and it begins now, with a true accounting of what happened and
Yeah,
what
we're being
led to
we're
the
being
attack
criticized
on our
roundly.
Constitution and our
I'll live
democracy.
with it.
In this moment, when the dangers of our
Donald.
Constitution and our democracy loom large, nothing could be more important. Working alongside the public servants on this dais has been one of the greatest honors of my time in Congress. It's been a particular privilege to count as a partner in this effort and to count as a friend, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney. She's a patriot, a public servant of profound courage, of devotion to her oath and the Constitution. It's my pleasure to recognize Ms. Cheney for her opening statement.
All right. I want her to kick ass,
Thank
everybody.
you very much, Mr. Chairman. And let me echo those words about the importance of bipartisanship and what a tremendous honor it is to work on this committee. Mr. Chairman, at 6:01 p.m. on January 6th, after he spent hours watching a violent mob besiege, attack, and invade our Capitol, Donald Trump tweeted, but he did not condemn the attack. Instead, he justified it. These are the things and events that happen, he said, when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who've been badly and unfairly treated for so long. As you will see in the hearings to come, President Trump believed his supporters at the Capitol, and I quote, "We're doing what they should be doing." This is what he told his staff as they pleaded with him to call off the mob, to instruct his supporters to leave. Over a series of hearings in the coming weeks, you will hear testimony, live and on video, from more than half a dozen former White House staff in the Trump administration, all of whom were in the West Wing of the White House on January 6th. You will hear testimony that, quote, the president did not really want to put anything out, calling off the riot or asking his supporters to leave. You will hear that President Trump was yelling and, quote, really angry at advisors who told him he needed to be doing something more. And aware of the rioters' chance to hang Mike Pence, the president responded with this sentiment, quote, maybe our supporters have the right idea. Mike Pence, quote, deserves it. You will hear evidence that President Trump refused for hours to do what his staff, his family, and many of his other advisors begged him to do: immediately instruct his supporters to stand down and evacuate the Capitol. Tonight, you will see never-before-seen footage of the brutal attack on our Capitol, an attack that unfolded while a few blocks away, President Trump sat watching television in the dining room next to the Oval Office.
That's all
You
he's
will
good
hear
at.
audio from the brave police officers battling for their lives and ours, fighting to defend our democracy against a violent mob Donald Trump refused to call off. Tonight and in the weeks to come, you will see evidence of what motivated this violence, including directly from those who participated in this attack. You will see video of them explaining what caused them to do it. You will see their posts on social media. We will show you what they have said in federal court. On this point, there is no room for debate. Those who invaded our Capitol and battled law enforcement for hours were motivated by what President Trump had told them: that the election was stolen and that he was the rightful president. President Trump summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack. You will also hear about plots to commit seditious conspiracy on January 6th, a crime defined in our laws as conspiring to overthrow, put down, or destroy by force the government of the United States, or to oppose by force the authority thereof. Multiple members of two groups, the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, have been charged with this crime for their involvement in the events leading up to and on January 6th. Some have pled guilty. The attack on our Capitol was not a spontaneous riot. Intelligence available before January 6th identified plans to, quote, invade the Capitol, occupy the Capitol, and take other steps to halt Congress's count of electoral votes that day. In our hearings to come, we will identify elements of those plans, and we will show specifically how a group of Proud Boys led a mob into the Capitol building on January 6th. Tonight, I am going to describe for you some of what our committee has learned and highlight initial findings you will see this month in our hearings. As you hear this, all Americans should keep in mind this fact. On the morning of January 6th, President Donald Trump's intention was to remain President of the United States, despite the lawful outcome of the 2020 election and in violation of his constitutional obligation to relinquish power. Over multiple months, Donald Trump oversaw and coordinated a sophisticated 7-part plan to overturn the presidential election and prevent the transfer of presidential power. In our hearings, you will see evidence of each element of this plan. In our second hearing, you will see that Donald Trump and his advisors knew that he had in fact lost the election.
I just want to say really
Despite
quickly to
this,
everybody who's listening
President
that
Trump
part of what
did
we're doing is
active effort to spread
experiencing
false,
this as
fraudulent
people
information,
who
to
may
convince
not
huge portions
know
of
as
the
much
U.S.
as we
population
do
that
and
fraud
who
had
may
stolen the
not be
election from
willing
them.
to hang in
This was
there
not true.
for what seems like a very
Jason Miller
dry,
was a senior Trump
sometimes
campaign
dense
spokesman.
presentation, right?
Clip, Miller
But
describes a call
these are
from the Trump
politicians; they're not
campaign's
actors.
internal data
So
expert,
yeah, we need to be a little
President Trump,
patient.
a
But
few days after the 2020
this hearing
election.
needs to be for people who are looking for them to get to
I
the
was in the
point.
Oval Office.
Okay.
And at some point in the conversation, Matt Oskowski, who is the lead data person, was brought on. And I remember he delivered to the president pretty blunt terms that he was going to lose.
And that was based, Mr. Miller, on Matt and the data team's assessment of the sort of county by county, state by state results as reported?
Correct.
Alex Cannon was one of President Trump's campaign lawyers. He previously worked for the Trump Organization. One of his responsibilities was to assess allegations of election fraud in November 2020. Here is one sample of his testimony discussing what he told White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows.
I remember a call with Mr. Meadows, where Mr. Meadows was asking me what I was finding and if I was finding anything. And I remember sharing with him that we weren't finding anything that would be sufficient to change the results in any of the key states.
When was that conversation?
Probably in November, mid to late November. I think it was before my child was born.
And what was Mr. Meadows' reaction to that information?
I believe the words he used were, so there's no there there.
There's no there. The
Well, what
Trump
a great
campaign
command of the
general
English language.
counsel, Matt Morgan, gave similar testimony. He explained that all of the fraud allegations and the campaign's other election arguments taken together and viewed in the best possible light for President Trump could still not change the outcome of the election. President Trump's Attorney General Bill Barr also told Donald Trump his election claims were wrong.
Repeatedly told the president in no uncertain terms that I did not see evidence of fraud and that would have affected the outcome of the election. And frankly, a year and a half later, I haven't seen anything to change my mind on that.
Hey guys, if you ever want to jump into the chat and see what people are saying and respond, that's a good option too.
Dominion voting machines were groundless.
I forgot about Dominion. That was huge, right?
I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations, but they were made in such a sensational way that they obviously were influencing a lot of people, members of the public, that there was this systemic corruption in the system and that their votes didn't count and that these machines controlled by somebody else were actually determining it, which was complete nonsense. And it was being laid out there. And I told them that it was crazy stuff and they were wasting their time on it.
I think this is very effective.
And it was doing a great disservice to the country.
A guy who never stays
President
quiet.
Trump persisted.
The guy who what?
Never stays
In public at least a dozen
just
more
remember they
times,
just nailed
even after his attorney
two
general
central
told him they were
witnesses
quote, complete
on
nonsense.
the fact that Trump knew.
And after
it
Barr's
was a lie.
resignation
So-
on December 23rd, the acting attorney general who
Right, we're getting to that
replaced him,
mental
Jeff Rosen,
state, corrupt
and the
mental
acting
state,
deputy,
Maya, right?
Richard Donahue, told
Well,
President Trump over
I
and over
heard the
again.
screams. I was
the
at the White
evidence
House
did
that
not
morning and then
support
at
allegations that he was
Capitol
making in
Hill
public.
when this went on.
Many of President Trump's White House staff
Trump did
also
scream. I could hear him in
recognized
upper press.
the evidence did not support
Wait,
the
wait,
claims
wait, Brian, what
President
was
Trump
he
making.
screaming?
This is the
I don't know
president's
what he was
father,
screaming though. I heard him
commenting
screaming a
on
couple
Bill
times.
Barr's
One time I heard him
statement
screaming at
the
Rance. He was
department
turn
found
down
no
the
fraud
air conditioning.
sufficient to overturn the
Oh
election.
wow.
You could hear him when he got going. You could hear him, and I heard him that morning.
Perspective
Most
about
of
the
his
election
staff
when
members
Attorney General Barr made that statement.
Wait,
Oh, let's check this out.
wasn't.
Had every right to litigate his campaign claims, but he ultimately lost more than 60 cases in state and federal courts. President's claims in the election
You will
cases
hear
were
on
so
Monday,
frivolous and
the president had every
unsupported.
right to litigate his
President's
campaign
lead
claims.
lawyer, Rudy
He
Giuliani,
ultimately
not
lost
only
more
lost
than
the
60
lawsuit,
cases in
but
state and
Trump's
federal
license to
courts.
practice law was
The
suspended.
president's claims in the
Here's
election
what the
cases
court
were
said
so
about
frivolous
Mr.
and
Giuliani.
unsupported.
Is anybody
Giuliani
hearing an
Lead
echo?
lawyer Rudy
Issued a
Giuliani not
demonstrably
only
I think
false
someone's
lost
watching it
misleading
separately
statement
on their
license
by
to
TV,
practice
maybe.
law was
lawmakers
They should
suspended.
mute.
and the public at
Anybody
large.
who's
Court
watching
said
this, please turn off any other sound because we're hearing your echo.
And the Trump
Communicated
campaign,
demonstrably
connections
false
with
and
Trump's
misleading
failed
statements
efforts
to
at re-election in 2020.
lawmakers and the public at
As you will
large,
see in great
capacity as
detail in
lawyer
our
for
hearings,
former President Donald J. Trump and the
Thank you.
Trump campaign in connection with Trump's failed effort at re-election in 2020. As you will see in great detail in our hearings, President Trump ignored the rulings of our nation's courts. He ignored his own campaign leadership, his White House staff, many Republican state officials. He ignored the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security.
That's not news.
President Trump invested millions of dollars of campaign funds purposely spreading false information, running ads he knew were false, and convincing millions of Americans that the election was corrupt and that he was the true president. As you will see, this misinformation campaign provoked the violence on January 6th. In our third hearing, you will see that President Trump corruptly planned to replace the Attorney General of the United States.
Laying
So the
out
US
what
Justice
it's going to happen
Department
hearing
would
by hearing at the
spread
very
his
beginning is a
false,
good idea,
stolen
or is it
election
just
claims.
jump
In the
in,
days
guys, just
before
jump right
January
in?
6th,
I
President
did
Trump told his
video
top
person
Justice
and-
Department officials, quote, just say the election was
Sorry,
corrupt
Brian?
and
I
leave
said I
the
would hit
rest
him
to
with something
me
visceral
and the
and
Republican
then come back.
congressman.
Right? Yeah, that's what Norm is
Senior
saying.
Justice Department officials,
Well, it's almost like
men
they're
he had
approaching it like a
appointed,
trial where you give your
told him they could
opening.
not do that
Yeah.
because it was
the
not
jury
true.
the
But the
President
trial of
Trump
public opinion is
decided
there.
to
maybe
replace
they're
them.
hoping that
He
it
offered
brings
Jeff
people
Clark,
back
an
to other
environmental
hearings,
lawyer
or
at the
if they've
Justice
heard it.
Department, the
If they
job of
don't come back
acting
to other
Attorney
hearings, I
General.
don't know.
President
But
Trump
it
wanted
does feel
Mr.
like an
Clark to
academic
take a number of
treatise.
steps,
you know?
Yeah.
including sending this letter to Georgia and 5 other states, saying the U.S. Department of Justice had, quote, identified
I wish
significant
what you would do is
concerns
come back
that
and
may have
pause and
impacted the
state
outcome
what the
of the
impact
election.
really clearly
This
is of
letter
the
is a lie.
testimony they're playing on
The
video.
Department of
Because
Justice
it,
had, in fact,
you know,
repeatedly told President Trump
powerful if
exactly
they
the
would tell
opposite.
people
That
that
they
is
had
evidence
investigated
of.
his stolen election
That
allegations
is
and found
evidence
no
of.
credible
I
fraud
would have
that
started.
could impact the outcome of the election.
Exactly.
This
I
You
would-
letter and
I'm sorry,
others
Brian,
like
say it
would
again.
have urged
I
multiple
just don't know why they
states
didn't start
to
out. They
withdraw their
teased the
official
Proud Boys
and
stuff.
lawful
I would
electoral
just
votes for
lead
Biden.
off with that and let us see
Acting
how
Deputy
bad it
Attorney
was, and then
General
We
Mr.
need a
Donahue
video,
back.
right?
described Jeff Clark's letter
Well,
this
because
way.
they
Quote,
it's not that we need it; it's that they
for the
everyone I
Biden
talked to
people
prior to this
who have
coming out
tremendous
told us how
constitutional,
explosive it was
political,
going to
and
be,
social
and how it's
ramifications for this
Watergate
country.
hearing for the streaming
The committee
generation.
agrees
And
with
think of
Mr.
it as a
Donahue's
mini
assessment.
series with 6
Clark
episodes that's going to
assumed the
drop over
role
the
of
next
Attorney
2 weeks.
General in the
Well,
days before January 6th and issued these
not
letters.
yet.
But it, like,
And this
has
is what
been-
happens when you have really
Mr.
good
Donahue also
linear
said
thinking
this
lawyers
about Clark's plan.
do something instead of people who do either do journalism or television production. They're just not doing what Maya said, which is don't just tell, show, and show again and again the key
In our hearings,
points.
you will hear
Yeah,
firsthand
that's straight out of the
the
Trump
senior
playbook.
leadership
Beat
of the
people over the
Department
head
of
with the
Justice
same
threatened to
info
resign.
until they believe
How
it.
the White House
Right.
counsel threatened to resign.
Yeah,
And if you-
imagine if they
How they
opened with the
confronted
the
Donald
new
Trump
footage
and
of
Jeff Clark in
violence
the Oval
and keep
Office.
bringing it back, all the
Men
evidence
involved,
back to
including
how that
acting Attorney
we got
General
to
Jeff
that point.
Rosen
Right,
That's
because
how I
and
would tell
acting
the
Deputy
story. Yeah.
Attorney General
if you're
Richard
watching
Donahue
episodic television, you
proclaimed
don't
by
say in
President
episode
Trump.
1 what
These
episode
men
2, 3,
honored
4,
their
5, and
oaths of
6 are
office
going to be about,
their
right?
duty,
And
you
and
will
the
hear
other thing
from them in
too
our
is
hearings.
that
I mean, a
By
teaser at the end,
contrast,
maybe.
Jeff Clark
right,
has invoked his
exactly.
Fifth Amendment
But
privilege against
I think it's so
self-incrimination
important
and
to
refused to
start with
testify.
the
Representative Scott Perry, who was
egregiousness
also
of the
involved in
Republican
trying to
party's
get Clark
ignoring this
appointed
as
as
if it's
Attorney
not a
General,
big deal
has refused to testify here.
by demonstrating what a
As
big
you will
fucking
see,
deal it was,
Representative Perry
how
contacted the
dangerous
White
it
House
was,
in the weeks after January
right?
6th.
How dangerous it
seeking
is. Still.
presidential
Well,
pardon.
but I mean, in that,
Multiple other
to pretend that
Republican
January
congressmen
6th was just a
also
dust
sought
up,
presidential
right?
pardons
I mean,
for their
my
role
point is,
in
I would be
attempting
telling
to
how dangerous it
overturn
is still
the
today
2020
because
Yeah.
of what happened on January 6th.
In our
Yeah.
fourth
And
hearing,
telling me
we will
that
focus
Trump
on
is a
President
liar
Trump's
and
efforts
and
to
Trump did
pressure
this
Vice
and Trump
President
did.
Mike
Hello,
Pence
we all know
to
that.
refuse to
Even
count
those
electoral
people that
votes on
love him
January 6th.
just think he's,
Vice
he,
President
half the
Pence
time he's
has
bullshitting,
spoken
but they love him.
publicly about this.
Yeah.
The only thing that got me totally captivated was when they had Mark Meadows' face on the screen and that guy's
I had no right
talk.
to
I mean,
overturn the election.
yeah,
The
we've seen
presidency
this.
belongs to the American people and the American people alone.
Yeah.
And frankly, there is no idea more un-American
like Mike
than
Pence
the
is
notion that any
compelling.
one person could choose the American president.
What
Sorry.
President
when he
Trump
ran a
denied
radio
the
Someone in
right
the
to
chat
do
talked
what he did
about
wrong.
what
It was
generation they're
illegal
speaking
and
to
it was
here. I mean,
unconstitutional.
I have the attention span
This in
of a
great detail from the
I
Vice
don't know, a
President's
Gen
former
Z or
general counsel.
millennial, even though I'm
Witnesses
Gen X, and they're,
hearing
you know,
will explain
they're speaking to,
how
you know,
the
people
Vice
who are
President and his
nearing the
staff
grave. I mean, this is
informed
not the way any of
President
us
over
get our
and over again
information. What,
that
Brian?
his
Shut up.
might
No,
do
I'm headed there
to
myself,
influence.
hon. I look, I'm and
Trump
I
engaged
can't
in a
sit through
relentless
this.
effort to pressure
I think you're right.
both in
I
private
just
and
I
in
just
public.
laugh because, you know,
You will
hey, I'm
see
getting
the
older.
evidence of that pressure from
But
multiple
Well,
witnesses.
I will say,
I still can't handle it. I tuned out. That's
Vice
sorry to
President
say.
Pence
no, I
demonstrated his
think that,
loyalty to Donald
no,
Trump consistently over 4 years.
I
But
do
he
think
knew
they had
that
some
he had a
critical
higher
moments there
duty
with
to
those
the United
clips.
States
I do
Constitution.
think they used those clips
This
well.
is testimony.
I wish
from
they'd
the
come
Vice
back and
President's
reinforce
chief
those
of staff.
clips. I wish Brian said they had the violence up front. I wish they had, you know,
That's what it's about.
but it certainly was powerful to
This
hear.
guy I like.
Felt like much had been accomplished in those
Yeah.
4 years. And I think he was proud to have stood beside the president for all that had been done. But I think he ultimately knew that his fidelity to the Constitution was his first and foremost.
Somebody, I'm going to read some
that's what he
comments from
articulated
time to time.
publicly, and I
Some
think that
Carrie
that's what he
Maxwell
felt.
just said, "I'm 51 and this is
His
so boring."
fidelity to the Constitution was more important than his fidelity to President Trump.
According to Twitter,
Well, I'm assuming Carrie meant the hearing, not
You'll
us.
also hear about a lawyer
I
named
just
John
don't know
Eastman.
why do you keep telling me what I'm
Mr.
going to hear from
Eastman
him? Why do I
was
see
deeply
people in
involved in
boardrooms?
President Trump's
Not
plans.
compelling video.
You'll hear
Oh my
from
God.
Give me the
fourth circuit federal
montage.
judge
Somebody,
highly
somebody
respected leading conservative
identifying as
judge.
Jurassic Pork, where
John
this is
Eastman
essentially
clerked for
roots
Judge
for
Ludig.
fat white
Judge Ludig
hillbillies.
provided
Hey, I
counsel
resemble
to the
that
Vice
remark.
President's
Come on.
team in the
Hey.
days before January 6th. The judge will explain how Eastman,
Oh,
quote,
there-
was
somebody-
wrong at every turn. And you will see the email exchanges between Eastman and the Vice President's counsel
when you have a
as the
jury
violent
trial, you
attack
have a
on
captive
Congress was
audience.
underway.
When you have a jury
Mr.
trial,
Jacob
what?
said
You have a
this to
captive
Mr.
audience.
Eastman.
And this
That's
is
right.
Thanks to
This
this
the
is
is
not.
for when
we
you
are
have
under
a
siege.
jury that
You will also
has to
see
pay
evidence
attention
that
to
John
certain
Eastman
have
did
to
not
make
actually
decisions.
believe the
Which is
legal position he
demonstrated
was
by the
taking.
fact that people are
In fact, a
fleeing
month
because we're
before the
talking.
2020 election, Eastman took
Well,
the
why don't we
They're
just
all-
use
opposite
sign language?
view
I
on
can
the same
spell
legal
words out
issues.
because some people don't like when we
In the
talk.
course
This
of
is
the Select
okay.
Committee's work
This is
to
fuck off
obtain
if you don't want to watch us.
information
I'm
from
sorry.
Mr. Eastman,
I would just
we've
like
had
people
occasion
who
to
are
present evidence to
watching
the
with
federal
us to
judge.
understand
The
that
judge evaluated the facts.
we
and he reached the
we're pretty
conclusion
good
President
at
Trump's
judging
efforts to
when we
pressure
can
Vice
talk
President Pence to act
and when we
illegally
shouldn't,
by refusing
right?
to count electoral votes.
They're basically
likely
telling us what's going to
violated
happen
2
next
federal
week and the week
criminal
after. So we'll
statutes.
hear it again.
And the
This
judge
is a good
also
time for
said
us to
If
comment.
Dr. Eastman
We won't
and
comment
President Trump's
while they're
plan had
telling
worked,
us new
they would have
information
permanently
or showing
ended
riveting
the peaceful
videos,
transition of power,
right?
undermining American
So
None of us
people,
have
I
moral
mean,
purpose.
I would hope that people would trust the
The country
judgment
does not commit
of
to
you
investigating and
experts.
pursuing accountability for
And if
those
not, then go to
responsible.
C-SPAN. That's
The
fine.
court fears
I just want to be
January
clear,
6th
Mary,
will
that I was
repeat
going to
itself.
live tweet
Every
while we
American
talked.
should read what
And
this federal judge has
I,
written.
you know, I've been a live tweeter of
Same
many
judge,
hearings.
Judge Carter,
Nothing is
issued another
happening here.
decision on Tuesday
Right.
night.
That's
Like,
exactly, that's what I'm saying, Jen.
I just
Like, we
read,
know
I mean,
that.
I just read
Eastman
Norm Eisen did
and
this
other Trump
amazing
lawyers
job
knew that
with
their
his
legal
team.
arguments
This
had
is,
no
I'm
real
going to show you
chance of
this book
success in court.
I printed from the
They
internet.
relied on those arguments anyway.
This is
to
so
try to,
good.
quote,
It's so good.
overturn a
Okay.
Democratic election.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can you-
And you will
that's
hear
Norm's
that while
thing. Yeah,
Congress
that's
was
very
under
good.
attack
Yep.
on January 6th,
Can you,
I
You
recommend
don't
that.
even read it
following the violence,
live on
legal
TV,
team
which
in
is
the
kind of what I'm
Willow
getting
War
right
Room
here.
continued to
Show-
work
Jen, can you
to
say
help
again, tell
count
people
of
again what that
electoral
is
votes.
specifically? Because
Someone's
it's,
saying to
In
make
our
the
fifth
hearing
hearing, you
louder.
will see evidence that
Uh,
President Trump
Norm Eisen
directly
put
pressured
together,
state
along with others
legislators
in
and
the Booking
election
Institute, a
officials
preview of
to
what
change
this
election
was.
results.
And yes,
You will
and
hear additional
why Trump was
details
on
about
trial,
President Trump's
and it was
call to
embargoed,
Georgia
but it
officials,
basically broke down
urging
what
them
they
to, quote,
attempted, what
find
they're attempting to prove in these hearings,
11,780
and what's
votes,
essential for
votes
democracy
that did
for
not
this war.
exist.
He gave
And his efforts to get
three
states to
places
rescind
when I spoke to
certified
him about where he
electoral
thinks
slates
these
without
hearings
factual
will
basis
fall.
and
Best
contrary
case
to law.
scenario is it ends up in
You will hear
indictments
new
to the Department
details
of
about the
Justice.
Trump campaign and
Second,
other Trump
the middle range of what they expect is at least it will discredit some of the Republicans and help the Democrats out in the fall. And the third, worst case scenario is nothing would happen and the needle would not change. And that the document that you produced was his way to march through what he thought would be the best way to proceed and what they had and how they did it.
June hearings, you will hear.
There, does that do it? Cover it?
Yeah, and what's also, as a lawyer, but hopefully not as boring as all lawyers, it's really clear. It takes the facts that we know, and it says, here are the laws that might have been violated at the federal level and in Georgia. and boom, lays it out.
And it lays out a nice narrative of how things occurred at TikTok, and a narrative that makes sense.
And stuff I'd forgotten. It really organized information. I found it really good. I wish this hearing were as good.
We will ultimately disclose.
Well, we are now 37 minutes supposedly into this hearing, and we have yet to see anything that's compelling.
It hasn't started yet, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm really glad I didn't make any popcorn. It would have been a waste, but I do have a second Coke to keep away.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to break the. I need water. I need to moisturize.
Sidney Powell,
Water.
Giuliani, and others visited the White House. They stayed late into the evening. We
You know what I remember most about that day? They're talking about the White House. It was empty. I mean, you couldn't find anybody in the press room. You couldn't find anybody upstairs. I only heard some screaming from the, and so I stayed there.
Wait, finish the sentence. Screaming from the what?
From the Oval, outside the Oval. They say he was in a room outside the Oval watching television.
Yeah,
I didn't
he
know
was.
where he was. I could only hear him.
A little more than an
You know,
hour.
you can't go past the upper press room. So I just heard him from the hall and saw the Secret Service agents who have to be stationed at their outposts. I heard a couple of them laughing, but other than that.
But you said he was screaming to turn on the air conditioning? What?
Well, no, that was in the past. I had heard him in the past and could make out. He was screaming one day at Rance Priebus about turning down the about the air conditioning or the light. Yeah.
What was he screaming on January 6th?
The tweet led to the
I don't know.
We don't know because 181 minutes of records are missing.
87 minutes.
87, sorry. 87.
Not minutes of his, right, between the time at 1 o'clock when people first started coming to the Capitol and when he finally tweeted out.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, one of the only things we need to know is that the Secret Service didn't take him down to a bunker.
On January 6th, 2021,
Yeah, that's pretty
Which means
suspicious.
there was no threat to him.
mobilized and led.
And everybody knew it.
He encouraged everybody to do it. This isn't news either. I mean,
Leading to the dismay
remember,
of
he
the
made a
barricades,
speech.
the destruction of property,
This wasn't done in,
of the
you know,
Capitol
he
building,
made his
and the
he
assault
made a
on law
speech, and then one of his interchangeable sons, who
Although
may have
certain
been bought
former
at
Trump
Sears
officials
in
have
the men's
argued that they
department,
did not
came out
anticipate
and
violence on
whipped
January 6th.
him up into a frenzy, and he had
Evidence
Giuliani
suggests
go
otherwise.
trial by combat, and they
As
wound
we'll
him
see
up,
in
sent
our
him up the
hearings,
street.
The White
I mean,
House was receiving specific reports.
I don't understand. There's
that the
really no doubt
January
who engineered it.
including during President
That-
Trump's illicit
There's
rally.
one thing I hope we're going to
that elements
hear
in the crowd
some
were preparing
evidence
for
of.
violence
So
at
in the
Yes.
indictment
On
of the
evening
Proud
January
Boys,
5th,
there
the
is a
president's close
reference to
advisor, Steve
attacks
Bannon, said this
that
on his
literally
podcast.
says, or I'm sorry, maybe it was the Oath Keepers. So many sedition indictments. But there is there was a text that said, I will
Part
be
of our
in touch.
investigation, we will present information about what the White House and other intelligence
That was
agencies
that was
knew.
Bannon boy.
Yeah, it's okay. My go.
Okay.
You can
So,
go.
so
We
in
will
touch
not
with
lose sight of the
with
fact
Congress
the Capitol
and with
Police did not
organizers
cause the
of the
crowd to
rally.
attack.
Yep.
We will not blame the violence that day.
That's a pretty
Violence
astounding
provoked
statement
by
from
Donald
folks
Trump
from
on the
folks who are
officers
charged
who
with
bravely
sedition.
defended
That's
all of
right.
us.
Very interested, since
In
they
our
said
final
there would be
hearing, we
new
will hear
information in these
moment-by-moment accounts of
hearings,
the hours-long
whether
attack
there's going to be a direct connect
dozen White House staff
between
live
that
and
evidence that we know the DOJ has and what we're going to hear about connection to either members of Congress
well
and organizers. And of course, we know Roger Stone,
House
Roger
staff
Stone,
urged
Roger Stone.
President Trump to intervene and call
You know,
off
just
the
dawned
Yeah.
on me. I just had this breakthrough. You know how they could have done this whole thing? Instead of
while the
saying,
attack was
here's what
underway.
we're going to show
By a
you,
member of the White
I
House
would have
staff.
said, here's what we already
Visit the
showed you.
president
Here's
needs
what
to
you
say,
already learned
quote, "Anyone
from
who
all the
enters the
impeachment.
Capitol
We already
without
know
proper
this.
authority should
But
be
here's the new
immediately."
stuff. Because if
This
you
is
tell people I'm
exactly
going to
what
show you all this
supporters
shit
on
you already
Capitol
heard
Hill
2
and
years ago,
nationwide were
what good
urging
is
the
that?
president to do.
But if you
You know-
act like everybody knows and you don't insult them and you
We'll
say
hear
what
that
you
leaders on
learned, you know?
Capitol
Yeah.
Hill
I
begged
have
the
three
president
things.
for
First of
help,
all, Maya, I agree with you that
including Republican leader McCarthy,
that's what they,
who was,
you know,
quote,
they
scared,
better not have
and
overpromised
called multiple
and
members of President
underdeliver,
Trump's
right?
family
So they
after he
have
did
to
not
do that.
persuade the president himself.
Secondly,
Not only did President
I
Trump
think, like,
refuse to tell
with
the mob to leave the
Jen
Capitol, he placed
going
no
along with what you
call
said, this
to
should
any
have been,
element of the United
if
States
they want to do a
government to
preview,
instruct that the
then this
Capitol
should have
be
been at 10
defended.
o'clock in the morning
Did not call his Secretary
and
of
just say,
Defense
hey
on
guys,
January
this is
6th.
what's going to
Did not
happen.
talk to his Attorney
And the
General.
first
Did not
prime
talk to
time
the
hearing
Department of
should have
Homeland
been,
Security.
like Norm said,
President
just
Trump
hit the
made
ground
clear
running,
to deploy the
pedal to the
National
metal,
Guard,
right?
and he made no
And
effort
for
to work with the
people
Department of
watching with us.
And deploy law enforcement.
If you don't want commentary, guys, just
President Pence
go to C-SPAN. We're here to help walk through this and evaluate what's going on. Okay. And I'm not saying that this is useless, but I'm saying that it hasn't started yet, in my view. And I think we're all on the same page, right, Maya?
Yeah, I think the question, I think we're looking and listening to this not with there's huge amounts of evidence already, and there was before we got to the hearing. It's listening with the ears of people who weren't convinced or confused or think it was a once-off and not a deeper problem, or that Donald Trump just believed the wrong people, as opposed to knew and understood that there was no evidence of voter fraud, and that this was not legal, because we know there were lots of folks who said, no, this is not.
Yep.
So I do think that the question isn't how we are receiving it. We know that there's significant evidence, and the committee has very importantly, very helpfully turned that a lot of that evidence already out into the public, where it's been in various ways.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bad picture. The question is, are the folks who are unconvinced trying to figure this out, or just think Trump is just duped by the wrong, or listened to the wrong people? Those are the ears we have to listen to this with, because we know where we are.
And you will hear from witnesses how the day played out inside
and
the
again,
White House. On multiple White House staff,
I think we're on hearing 4,
President Trump
and we haven't even started hearing 1.
Capitol.
So
only after multiple
how long is this supposed to go tonight?
President Trump finally
they haven't told us. We don't know. I think it would be a huge mistake for it to be more than an hour and a half, but we're 45 minutes in, and again, hearing 1 hasn't
They have
started.
testimonies. They have people to give. They have witnesses, and we haven't even.
And here's that's the whole thing, Rachel. We had the biggest thing we didn't get out of any of the 2 impeachments were live witnesses.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Yeah.
Wants witnesses
before the presidential transition on January 20th. You will hear about members of the cabinet discussing the possibility of invoking the 25th Amendment.
Let's see. Somebody pointed out that they think it's 2 hours, which is fine, but again, we haven't even started.
Own cabinet
Yeah.
resigned immediately after January 6th.
I might have to break into the shortbread, Mary. I don't know. Right over there.
Only if you share.
No.
What do we think about Liz's sartorial choice of blue?
I think it's fascinating. I bet it's unconscious,
and former President,
but I love it.
Trump's press secretary.
I'm so glad you pointed that out.
Sean Hannity wrote.
Somebody
I'm
just
not a
wrote,
lawyer, so I'm just here to comment on people's clothing.
No more
Hey,
stolen elections.
I think it matters. Listen, just like, Hillary's choices for the debates, I think were incredibly important.
Many people will quit.
So, but seriously, let's see. Oh,
Ms.
shoot.
McEnany
What just happened?
responded in part, "Love that."
Sean Hannity.
White House staff
Haley
knew
McEnany.
President Trump
Oh,
was willing
people
to
have been
entertain
they've
and
been
use
blocking
conspiracy
trolls,
theories
which
to
is
achieve
very
his end.
exciting.
They knew the president needed to be cut off from all of those who had
Somebody
encouraged
just made a
him.
really good comment and I lost it.
They
Oh,
knew
so Maya Atkinson says, so they got all dressed up just to read a teleprompter for 2
He left
hours.
office on January
Aw.
20th.
Well,
These are important facts for
early
Congress
days,
and
early
Americans
days.
to
Opening
understand
statement
fully.
in a jury trial. That's
When a
what we're
president
doing.
fails to take the steps
Maya,
necessary
I
to
think
preserve our
you're
union,
so
or worse,
right.
causes a constitutional crisis.
And it's incredibly important. And I don't know if everybody listening knows this, but
steps to try to prevent January 6th.
this was
Others egged the
handed
president
over to somebody who ran a TV news network
on, used to do so.
to craft it in a way,
White House counsel
presumably, that would make good TV, which in this day and age, it needs to be. I know that's depressing, but that is the reality.
That is
And yet,
exceedingly rare
as Maya said,
and mysterious,
TV audiences are not captive audiences. They
especially
literally,
when
like, we don't even need to walk across the room to turn the TV off anymore or change a channel. We can do it in
and it was not
1/1,000,000th of a second by pressing a button on a remote control.
of Jared Kushner.
I just
So it's
Do you mind if I do a manicure while we're talking? Because I got to do something.
sure, but I'm kind of interested in hearing what the incredibly charismatic Jared Kushner has to say. Let's go.
Oh my God.
Kushner.
Jared, are you aware of instances where Pat Cipollone threatened to resign?
I kind of, like I said, my interest at that time was on trying to get as many pardons done. And I know that, he was always, him and the team were always saying, oh, we're going to resign. We're not going to be here if this happens, if that happens. So I kind of took it up to just be whining, to be honest with you.
Oh my God. And I know whining because I'm Jared Kushner.
There's a reason why people serving in our government take an oath.
Wait, I said he was getting pardoned.
Why recognize democracy is fragile.
Well, I'm not
People
sure
in
why they
positions
played
of
that
public
clip.
trust are duty bound to defend it, to step forward when action is required.
Oh, apparently we've already lost 1,000 viewers.
Or political party. We take our oath to defend the United States Constitution.
Because guys,
must mean
I'm not sure. Like, I guess people are expecting that we're going to sit here silently for 2 hours.
Colleagues who are defending the indefensible.
Anyway,
when Donald Trump
one of the things I will never forgive. I love the shades, Brian. Where's the friggin' fedora?
All of our fellow Americans.
What am I saying? Where's the fucking? We're allowed to swear, by the way, because this is making me want to swear.
Remember the men and women who have fought and died.
I will never forgive the fact that people like Jared Kushner and my cousins were given these positions of power. It's one of the most disgraceful things in the history of this country.
What's also disgraceful is that they weren't called out on the federal criminal statute. They said that Jared Kushner claimed he wasn't really working in the executive branch, and somehow he was exempt from the stuff he was, all the self-dealing he was doing.
Men and women in tactical gear
Oh,
with long guns deployed inside our Capitol building.
Paula Herman wrote, is Jared the blow the roof off the part of this? Paul, if that's what the case is, then we're doomed.
One painted in 1824 depicting George Washington resigning his commission.
Do you know what? One good thing about this hearing is it's going to make Merrick Garland and the Fulton County VA look good when they indict people.
Indispensable example.
It's going to do what? I'm sorry.
If Merrick Garland actually indicts somebody, or the Fulton County DA indicts someone, they're going to look really good because it won't have been influenced by this. Really independent.
Has been honored
well,
by every American.
If this is done right, it'll lead to indictments. It may not be really exciting for us.
Right.
They
exactly.
To ensure that
the laundry list
on January 6th never happens
the
again.
Evidence and
to set aside partisan battles,
indictments.
Stand together.
What worries me, though,
preserve our great republic. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That last ending point was powerful.
As we provide answers to American people about January 6th,
Republican.
It's important that we remember exactly what took place. That this was no tourist visit to the Capitol. Most of the footage we are about to play has never been seen.
Good.
The Select Committee obtained it as a part of our investigation.
All right, this is where it happens.
This isn't easy to watch. I want to warn everyone that this video includes violence and strong language. Without objection, I include in the record a video presentation of the violence of January 6th.
All right, let's buckle up. This is where they should have started, but that's okay. It's happening now.
Yeah, just for awareness, be advised, there's probably about 300 Proud Boys. They're marching eastbound in this 400 block of kind of Independence, actually on the mall towards the United States Capitol.
I am not allowed to say what's going to happen today because everyone's just going to have to watch for themselves. But it's going to happen. Something's going to happen.
Who's free? Our streets! Who's free? Our streets! Who's free? Our streets! We are on your side. Don't make us go against you. Understand the side. Pick a side. These are our streets.
Jeez.
I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election. All Vice President Pence has to do is send it back to the states to recertify, and we become president, and you are the happiest people. Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us. And if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country.
Yeah, just hang him, right?
I was there when they were building the scaffold, by the way. They were serious about putting the hang. That was not publicity.
Cruiser 50, it does look like we're going to have an ad hoc march stepping off here. There's a crowd surge heading east.
We love Trump! 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 We love Trump!
Seditious conspiracy is one step down from treason, by the way.
For the good of our Constitution and for the good of our country. And if you're not, I'm going to be very disappointed in you. I will tell you right now.
Oh, geez.
Fucking.
Wow, 12:54.
Yeah, now I was there by then, and those guys had passed me. I was over on the other side as they were walking up the steps there to the Capitol.
We just had protesters. Deep circle, breach the line. We need backup.
And no backup was called.
No, and at that time, I watched this happen on the West Plaza as they came up, and as they were screaming, they were looking for reporters. Are you a reporter? Are you a reporter?
Really?
They cold-cocked one of my friends in the back of the head.
The Vice President and the United States Senate.
And for the background, people should know that is a perfunctory thing. The certification of election, it's a perfunctory thing. It's a constitutional requirement, and there are some symbolic protests made on occasion, but nothing like what happened on that day. Nothing.
Brian, nobody even knew what January 6th was before that. Not nobody, but most people.
Yeah, just us reporters who had to cover it.
That's right. And it was boring, and it was, as you said, perfunctory. It was pro forma. And this is what happened because the biggest loser in the history of the fucking country decided that he couldn't man up and own up to the fact that
we
he
knew
lost.
that for a long time. Hell, remember, September 23rd, I asked him specifically.
That's right.
We asked to a peaceful transfer of power, and he wouldn't do it. So we knew this was coming.
We should have known.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That's right. I mean, some of us did. Most of us weren't paying attention.
Remember, we're watching video from a documentary filmmaker tracking the Proud Boys, white supremacist group, gateway to white supremacy groups. And we know that, or we've been told that there will be a witness who
they're requesting additional resources on the east side as they.
Maya, remember what you just witnessed, the desecration of the Capitol, right there, the busting into a government building with a Confederate flag.
Yep.
Without objection, the chair declares the House in recess pursuant to Clause 12B of Rule 1.
Right.
But the Proud Boys were the ones inciting folks.
That's right.
The violence to go.
So, Maya, I'm really glad.
So important here. They're doing this right in order, right?
Yeah.
Not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. U.S. demands the truth. Bring out Pence. Bring out Pence. Bring out Pence.
I was there for that.
Hang Mike Pence. And guys, first of all,
that's where I was. Yes.
Jesus fucking Christ. So Maya's exactly right. This was following a domestic terrorist organization, right? That's what this video was for. And you cannot say that this was a quote unquote dust up or just peaceful protest. These people were. Imagine if somebody came to your house and started bashing in your windows with fucking flagpoles. Would you think that was okay because they disagreed with you? No. Look at this.
If you have to go in through a window, I think you really need to question your life choices.
That's right.
Not you're on the right side of anything.
And you know what, Rachel, I
I'd
think
be
part of
looking
the
at you for local
problem,
burglaries in your area.
right? I think part of the problem was that at the beginning, we just kind of saw the outs, like they were kind of milling around, and then we saw them inside milling around. At the very beginning of this, we did not see the violence.
Yes.
Right? It just seemed like this disorganized kind
We
of.
did when we were there. I mean,
Well, I mean, those of us watching it on television.
When it was violent from the get-go.
One of the things that we're going to see out of these hearings is that this is not just occurring on January 6th. The planning, including the planning to hang Mike Pence,
that's right,
went back a significant amount of time. And my guess is among the bombshells here is we're going to see some evidence of people talking about putting up the gallows and actually hanging him so that Trump could declare martial law. It's the backstory here going back to November, December. That's going to be some of the most compelling parts.
That's so important, Norm.
But Norm, I want to see if it's, because if it doesn't go any higher than the Proud Boys, it won't be effective. Is there a link between them planning that, Donald Trump?
Well, we also know that from what Mark Meadows apparently said, Trump was fine with Pence being hanged.
That's right.
And we know that Pence was scared to death about that. And it'll be very interesting to see what Greg Jacob and others have to say about that part of it. But also, my guess is that the emails and texts that the Proud Boys have aren't just among the Proud Boys. And I hope they're going to show the video again of that first debate where Trump said, "Proud Boys, stand up and stand by." This is not Proud Boys acting on their own.
And that is what, because we know that, but this is what needs to be proven.
Now, I have not seen that before. That opening of the door to the trip into the trip. Jesus.
This is horrific. Watch.
208 with 4 members. The door's barricaded. There's people flooded the hallways outside. We have no way out.
In fact, officers still remaining on the House floor, on the third floor.
And somebody just made a really good point. Irina, look at the time slots. Still no Trump to be found. And by that, she means Donald. Remember that 187 minutes. We have no information about what was happening with him.
Right.
And that to me is one of the most damning things.
That's why we showed up today.
We're also going to see, I think, before we're done, that it's not just ineptitude on the part of the leadership of the Capitol Police. Somebody willfully shut off the unit that was following social media leading up to this. They knew, and lots of us knew, that this was going to be violent, and that leadership left their own members hanging out to dry and be killed. There should be a lot more heads rolling here than just not the Proud Boys alone, not the White House alone, but a whole lot of others.
Well, Jurassic Park I mean, if you guys could comment on this, this is really interesting. Jurassic Park just commented, there are 856 windows in the Capitol. Only 12 weren't reinforced. The rioters knew exactly which ones those were and went through. Just those.
I'm going to be very curious to see how many members they have video evidence or others, members of the Republican Party in the House and Senate, conducted those tours. And if I had to guess, there's somebody in the architect of the Capitol who had some of this kind of information that let them know. But we know they went right to the unmarked offices of top leaders. I mean, I've been in a lot of those offices. You don't know where they are unless you are either led there by somebody who does, these hideaway offices of members and leaders. So we're going to see some members of Congress who are going to be caught. And from what we saw with Marjorie Taylor Greene ranting today, I think we may have found one right there.
The crowd was unbelievable. And I mentioned the word love, the love.
Yeah.
The love in the air. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, it's because he doesn't know what the fuck love is.
Ouch.
Well, that was a really interesting juxtaposition. As you heard, that voiceover of Donald was from 2021, trying to lay the idea that he uses political violence.
To the order of the
Unbelievable.
committee of tonight, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
Can we talk now?
Well, there's half the White House press staff in there. There's a officer, I know him. Let's see. I think he was on your show, Mary. He was on mine.
Who?
Capitol Police Officer.
I have not had a Capitol Police officer on my show.
Oh, you should.
I should. I absolutely should.
He was on mine. But
all right, so you scooped me.
I am. That video was compelling. I wish they'd led with it. But
yeah, there was stuff I hadn't seen before. Lots of footage I hadn't seen before.
Same.
You can see the size of the crowd.
Yeah, and the reminder of the buildup of Trump's words.
Yeah,
his words about Pence, and then you see the images of the scaffolds, right? With the noose.
And hang Mike. I mean,
and then they're yelling, "We want Pence, we want Pence." And then remember there's a noose amongst white supremacists.
Come on, they can't say anything different. I mean, we know what they meant. They meant what they meant, and they need to lean into that. I don't know why they don't.
All right, so
they will.
Right, they know.
I mean, it's we'll have questions about how they're going to lay all of this out, and I think I joined with others that I would have led with the video before doing those presentations, but
yes.
We know basically that there were two strategies here. That one was to disrupt the Congress so that they could try and have the election sent to the House, where 26 votes would have been cast for Trump.
Right.
And the second was, and this gets to all of the dealings with the Defense Department to remove people who would not go along and replace them with Trump lickspittles who would, that not just to keep the National Guard from appearing to foil all of this, but to create conditions, possibly with Mike Pence being hanged, to declare martial law and have Defense Department officials who would have backed him up on that.
There was no doubt that that's what they were going to do, that they were trying to set that up. Standing there watching it, it's exactly what they wanted. I mean, from the time they wound them up, marched them up, and said, march up the street, they knew where they were taking it and what they wanted. He didn't get it because they didn't get they were unable to create the breach that would have given him the opportunity to do it. But it was damn close. And Harry and some of those other guys that were beaten, some of those police officers, they held a very thin line, and they almost breached on a couple of occasions, but they didn't, and that speaks to the dedication of the officers that day.
Betrayed by their own commanders.
There are all these pathways. And he used the word pathways, but to get to where you were saying, Norm, to get to throwing it to the House, there are lots of ways to do that. Delay is one way, by having it spill over beyond January 6th, right? They're just trying to cast doubt. And there was also, as you mentioned, the violence. Oh, Rob's here. Hi, Rob.
Yeah,
Oh, hey, Rob.
they said, hi, how are you? Hi.
God,
Yeah, no, I heard you say what you said, Norm, about leading with the footage, but I got to tell you, hearing Benny Thompson and then Liz Cheney, to me that said everything, and they didn't pull any punches. I was concerned that they weren't going to directly charge Donald Trump, and they did that. And to me, that's the most important thing.
Well,
that they framed this thing as something that was orchestrated by Donald Trump.
Again, that's not news, though. They've been doing. I mean, those in the Democratic Party have been doing that. The importance of that, and I agree that it was nice to hear it, but the importance of that was seeing the video that had not previously been seen. Because what you have to do with these hearings is move the needle, at least to get it. As Norm Eisen said, there's three ways they could go. Best case scenario is that they indict Donald Trump because of this. Second, and more importantly for the Democrats, is putting enough pressure to maybe sway some votes for the midterm. And then the third worst case scenario is no movement of the needle at all. And to put forward the best, I think the television age being what it is, I would have led with that video. And what they said was incredibly strong, but it's not anything that they haven't really said before when I've spoken to them, individually. And
yes, but it's never been on national television in prime time.
Yeah.
It's on national television in prime time.
I agree. That's true. That's true.
And I don't think a lot of the American people have heard it framed in that way.
And there'll be clips that Liz especially, and that ending of hers was amazing.
Yes.
There'll be clips shown all over the place. And most people, we know that Trump was behind all of this, and we have evidence from what he said, but there's going to be a lot more. This is going to be backed up by something far more powerful. I'm convinced of that.
I agree. And Rob, I would say that one of the complicating factors here is that I think there will be generational responses, right? Like who needs to be appealed to, what's going to work, what's going to play with a certain segment of the population. I think I think I might have switched. I might have led with Liz Cheney personally.
Yeah. Well, but he's the chairman. Benny Thompson's the chairman.
Of course.
To me, at this point, you're playing to an audience of one, and that's Merrick Garland. And the only way, he saw this, he's seen this, and now it's up to the media to basically just keep driving this idea home.
Well, we'll screw it up.
Well, I'm sure you will, Brian.
I actually don't think Merrick Garland's the audience for this. I don't, because I think Merrick Garland is going to be a careful prosecutor in this, and they have the evidence. I think, although I completely also agree, Rob, that the fact that it's prime time, the fact that there are folks who've heard bits and pieces, and unlike all of us, weren't following all the pieces all the time, all the way through as they got dotted. It's that people have limited attention spans. Mm-hmm. And I think the power of that video, I agree with Liz Cheney's powerful ending, but I felt like my concern, let me say it this way, my concern is that for if you've got a jury trial, they were setting it up a lot like a jury trial. Yeah. But it is actually very different from a jury trial in that they don't have to prove a crime. What they have to prove to the American public, at least a big enough cross-section of the American public, is that this was both centered and rooted in Donald Trump. And I thought they had some very powerful evidence video clips in this, right? When they had the video clips that established, two separate video clips that established he knew, he was told by his own dang campaign that he lost, that the data wasn't there. Then he was told by Bill Barr that it was, like, those are powerful. So and the fact that it was video, it's almost like honing in on the video footage of January 6th, the Proud Boys, the woman who stands there and says something's going to happen, can't tell you what, not allowed to tell you what. There's other things that didn't seem to pop as clearly for me that links that is evidence, that also links that somewhat to Donald Trump indirectly through Roger Stone. There were just some building blocks that would have told the simple story of lieutenant outside the administration, Roger Stone, white supremacist extremists, organized, indicted foot soldiers, telling you something's going to happen. Trump, that video footage of Trump saying, Mike Pence, go get him. The scaffold, like all of that is neatly, you're better at this than I am, Rob. Right?
Yeah.
You do this for a living.
He's better than all of us are.
Listen, I just thought that this is it didn't disappoint me. Let's put it that way. I was prepared to be disappointed, and I wasn't.
Yeah, I wasn't disappointed, but I'll say this, and that's from having been there that day. Seeing that video reminds me I have a dog in the house. No, that's not mine.
That's my dumb dog.
No, let's see. I got one that sounds like that. Seeing that brought me almost to a state of PTSD because I was there that day and just going through having seen that scared. I really did tremble a little bit because it just back these. You did not know as a reporter
Right.
I had my head on a swivel, and like I said, a friend of mine got hit in the back of the head. They threatened me, they threatened others. That day was a very scary day to be there. And it was, I've never experienced anything like that in 40 years of covering politics.
And you know what, Brian, I think
Oh,
that having been there obviously is worse. But as Americans who've been witnessing the horrors inflicted upon us by this administration from the beginning, and we all have slightly different relationships to it, but still, it was incredibly traumatizing. Even if you weren't there, obviously not to the same degree. But everybody, Alex Vindeman just joined us, and we haven't gotten a chance to hear from him yet. So, Alex, I'm eager to hear what your take is on how things have been going so far. Particularly as somebody like some of us here who have, to one degree or another, pushed back against the Trump administration, and potentially suffered for it. We all have so much invested in how this turns out. So I'd love to hear what you're thinking so far.
I think that's true. Maybe some of us more than others, frankly, depending on who sweeps into power. I'm sure there'll be investigations and reinvestigations, whatever the case might be. The Trump administration already had the Department of Defense conduct an investigation. I think there were several parts that resonated with me. Liz Cheney's commentary about what some of these folks have to live with, in the aftermath is pretty shocking. Yeah.
All right, so
I'm gonna go watch.
All right, we're back in. So hopefully, Rob will see you in a bit.
Nick Quistad is an acclaimed filmmaker. Credits include documenting stories from war zones in Afghanistan, Syria, and Iraq. On January 6th, Mr. Quickstead was working on a documentary about, quote, why Americans are so divided when Americans have so much in common, end quote. During that day, Mr. Quickstead interviewed and documented movements of the people around the Capitol, including the first moments of the violence against the Capitol Police and the chaos that ensued. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise your right hand.
Oh, this is interesting.
Do you swear and affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
This is good.
So help you God.
This is good. I have to. I need to go get some water, but I just want to say really quickly that I find all of this so devastating.
Let the record reflect the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Without objection, the witness's statement will be included in the record. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, I recognize myself for questioning. As you saw just a few minutes ago, the Proud Boys instigated the first breach of the Capitol just before 1:00 p.m., where rioters pushed over barricades near the Peace Circle at the foot of the Capitol. Our two witnesses tonight were both there at the time of that first breach. Officer Edwards was standing with other officers behind a line of bike racks that marked the perimeter of the Capitol grounds. She bravely tried to prevent an angry crowd from advancing on the Capitol. Unfortunately, she was overrun and knocked unconscious as the crowd advanced on the Capitol. Mr. Quickstead was a few yards away from Officer Edwards, taking footage of the Proud Boys as part of his work on a documentary film. Most of his footage has never been shown publicly before we shared it this evening. Officer Edwards, I'd like to start by asking if you could tell us why you believe it's important for you to share your story this evening with the committee and the American public. Please, your microphone.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate it. And thank you to the committee for having me here to testify. I was called a lot of things on January 6, 2021 and the days thereafter. I was called Nancy Pelosi's dog, called incompetent, called a hero, and a villain. I was called a traitor to my country, my oath, and my Constitution. In actuality, I was none of those things. I was an American, standing face to face with other Americans, asking myself how many times, many times, how we had gotten here. I had been called names before, but never had my patriotism or duty been called into question. I, who got up every day, no matter how early the hour or how late I got in the night before, to put on my uniform and to protect America's symbol of democracy. I, who spent countless hours in the baking sun and freezing snow to make sure that America's elected officials were able to do their job. I, whose literal blood, sweat, and tears were shed that day defending the building that I spent countless holidays and weekends working in. I am the proud granddaughter of a Marine that fought in the Battle of the Chosin Reservoir in the Korean War. I think of my papa often in these days, how he was so young and thrown into a battle he never saw coming and answered the call at a great personal cost. How he lived the rest of his days with bullets and shrapnel in his legs, but never once complained about his sacrifice. I would like to think that he would be proud of me, proud of his granddaughter that stood her ground that day and continued fighting, even though she was wounded, like he did many years ago. I am my grandfather's granddaughter, proud to put on a uniform and serve my country. They dared to question my honor. They dared to question my loyalty. And they dared to question my duty. I'm a proud American, and I will gladly sacrifice everything to make sure that the America my grandfather defended is here for many years to come. Thank you.
Officer Edwards, your story and your service is important, and I thank you for being here tonight. Ms. Quickstead, I also like to ask you to introduce yourself. Can you tell us how you found yourself in Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021?
Good evening, Chair and Madam Vice Chair. Thank you for the introduction. As stated, in the winter of 2020, I was working on a documentary. As part of that documentary, I filmed several rallies in Washington, D.C. on December the 11th and December the 12th. And I learned there would be a rally on the Mall on January 6th. So my three colleagues and I came down to document the rally. According to the permit of the event, there was going to be a rally at the Ellipse. We arrived at the Mall and observed a large contingent of Proud Boys marching towards the Capitol. We filmed them, and almost immediately I was separated from my colleagues. I documented the crowd turn from protesters to rioters to insurrectionists. I was surprised at the size of the group, the anger and the profanity. And for anyone who didn't understand how violent that event was, I saw it, I documented it, and I experienced it. I heard incredibly aggressive chanting, and I subsequently shared that footage with the authorities. I'm here today pursuant to a House subpoena. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Quested. The Select Committee has conducted extensive investigative work to understand what led the Proud Boys and other rioters to the Capitol on January 6th. We've obtained substantial evidence showing that the president's December 19th tweet calling his followers to Washington, D.C. on January 6th energized individuals from the Proud Boys and other extremist groups. I'd like to play a brief video highlighting some of this evidence.
My name is Marcus Childress, and I'm an investigative counsel for the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol.
What do you want to call them? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name.
supremacists and
Who would
white
you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys, stand back and stand by.
After he made this comment, Enrique Tarrio, then chairman of the Proud Boys, said on Parler, "Standing by, sir." During our investigation, we learned that this comment during the presidential debate actually led to an increase in membership from the Proud Boys.
Would you say that Proud Boys members increased after the stand back, stand by comment?
Exponentially. I'd say tripled probably, with the potential for a lot more eventually.
And did you ever sell any stand back and stand by merchandise?
One of the vendors on my page actually beat me to it, but I wish I would have made a stand back, stand by shirt.
On December 19th, President Trump tweeted about the January 6th rally and told attendees, "Be there."
I'm sure Donald got his cut.
Many of the witnesses that we interviewed were inspired by the president's call and came to DC for January 6th. But the extremists, they took it a step further. They viewed this tweet as a call to arms. A day later, the Department of Justice describes how the Proud Boys created a chat called the Ministry of Self-Defense Leadership Chat. In this chat, the Proud Boys established a command structure in anticipation of coming back to DC on January 6th. The Department of Justice describes Mr. Tarrio coming into possession of a document called the 1776 Returns, which describes individuals occupying key buildings around the United States Capitol. The Oath Keepers are another group that the committee investigated.
You better get your ass to DC, folks, this Saturday.
Yeah, if you don't, there'll be no more republic. But we're not going to let that happen. It's not even an if. It's either President Trump is encouraged and bolstered and strengthened to do what he must do, or we wind up in a bloody fight. We all know that. The fight's coming.
The Oath Keepers began planning to block the peaceful transfer of power shortly after the November 3rd election. And according to the Department of Justice, Stuart Rhodes, the Oath Keepers leader, said to his followers that we were not going to get through this without a civil war. In response to the December 19th, 2020 tweet by President Trump, the Oath Keepers focused on January 6th in Washington, D.C. In response to the tweet, one member, the president of the Florida chapter, put on social media, "The president called us to the Capitol. He wants us to make it wild." The goal was for the Oath Keepers to be called to duty so that they could keep the president in power, although President Trump had just lost the election. The committee learned that the Oath Keepers set up quick reaction forces outside the city in Virginia where they stored arms. The goal of these quick reaction forces was to be on standby just in case President Trump invoked the Insurrection Act.
Did the Oath Keepers ever provide weapons to members? I'm going to decline to answer that and put them at grounds and due process grounds.
In footage obtained by the committee, we learned that on the night of January 5th, Enrique Tarrio and Stuart Rhodes met in a parking garage in Washington, D.C.
There's mutual respect there. I think we're fighting the same fight, and I think that's what's important.
The committee learned that the Oath Keepers went into the Capitol through the east doors in two stack formations. The DOJ alleges that one of the stacks went into the Capitol looking for Speaker Pelosi, although they never found her. As the attack was unfolding, Mr. Tarrio took credit. In documents obtained by the Department of Justice, Mr. Tarrio said in an encrypted chat, "Make no mistake, and we did this." Later on that evening, Mr. Tarrio even posted a video which seemed to resemble him in front of the Capitol with a black cape. And the title of the video was Premonition. The evidence developed by the Select Committee and the Department of Justice highlights how each group participated on the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. In fact, the investigation revealed that it was individuals associated with the Proud Boys who instigated the initial breach at the Peace Circle at 12:53 p.m. Within 10 minutes, rioters had already filled the Lower West Plaza. By 2 o'clock, rioters had reached the doors on the West and the East Plazas. And by 2:13, rioters had actually broken through the Senate wing door and gotten into the Capitol building. A series of breaches followed. At 2:25 p.m., rioters breached the east side doors to the Rotunda. And then right after 2:40 p.m., rioters breached the east side doors near the Ways and Means room. Once the rioters infiltrated the Capitol, they moved through the crypt, the Rotunda, the hallways leading to the House chambers, and even inside the Senate chambers.
Individuals associated with two violent extremist groups have been charged with seditious conspiracy in connection with the January 6th attack. One is the Oath Keepers. They are a group of armed anti-government extremists. The other group is the Proud Boys. They promote white supremacist beliefs and have engaged in violence with people they view as their political enemies. Members of both groups have already pled guilty to crimes associated with the January 6th attack. Mr. Quested, as part of the documentary you've been filming, you gained access to the Proud Boys and their leader, Enrique Tarrio. Your crew filmed them in Washington, D.C. on the evening of January 5th and then on January 6th. On January 5th, the night before the attack, you were with the head of the Proud Boys, Mr. Tarrio, in Washington, D.C. What happened?
We picked up Mr. Tarrio from jail. He'd been arrested for carrying some magazines, some extra capacity magazines, and he took responsibility for the burning of the Black Lives Matter flag that was stolen from the church on December the 12th. We were attempting to get an interview with Mr. Tarrio. We had no idea of any of the events that were going to subsequently happen. We drove him to pick up his bags from the property department of the police, which is just south of the mall. We picked up his bags and went to get some other bags from the Phoenix Hotel, where we encountered Mr. Stuart Rhodes from the Oath Keepers. By the time I'd gone to park the car, my colleague was saying, who'd got into the car with Mr. Tarrio, that they had moved to a location around the corner, the parking garage of the Hall of Legends, I believe. And so we quickly drove over there. We drove down into the parking garage and filmed the scene of Mr. Tarrio and Mr. Rhodes and certain other individuals in that garage. We then continued to follow Mr. Tarrio. There was some discussion about where he was going to go. He ended up going towards a hotel in Baltimore, and we conducted an interview with him in the hotel room. And then we returned to DC for that night. And what was interesting that night actually was that was the first indication that DC was much more busy than it had been any other time we'd been here, because we couldn't get into the hotels we wanted to, and we ended up at a hotel that, you know, was not as satisfactory as we would hoped.
Thank you. So what you're saying is you filmed the meeting between Mr. Tarrio and Oath Keepers leader Stuart Rhodes, right?
Indeed.
You couldn't hear what was said, but according to the Justice Department indictment of Mr. Tarrio, a participant referenced the Capitol. Now, on the morning of January 6th, you learned the Proud Boys would gather near the rally scheduled to take place near the White House. What time did you meet up with the Proud Boys, and what was happening when they met?
We met up with the Proud Boys somewhere around 10:30 a.m. and they were starting to walk down the mall easterly direction towards the Capitol. There was a large contingent, more than I had expected, and I was confused to a certain extent why we were walking away from the president's speech, because that's what I felt we were there to cover.
So at 10:30 a.m., that's early in the day. That's even before President Trump had started speaking. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
So how many Proud Boys would you estimate were marching together to the Capitol?
A couple of hundred, potentially. Yeah, I'd say a couple of hundred Proud Boys were marching towards the Capitol at that point.
At the time, was the area heavily guarded?
No, that was, I remember we walked we walked down the mall, we walked to the right of the reflecting pool, and then north along the road that leads to the Peace Circle. And as we were walking past the Peace Circle, I framed the Proud Boys to the right of my shot with the Capitol behind, and we see one sole police officer at the barriers, which subsequently breached. We then walk up and past a tactical unit preparing,
Only one cop.
and you see that in the film where the man questions their duty and their honor, and you see maybe a dozen Capitol Police putting on their riot gear.
So how would you describe the atmosphere at that time?
The atmosphere it seemed to be much darker. I make efforts to create a familiarity between myself and my subjects to make them feel comfortable. And the atmosphere was much darker at this day than had been in these other days. And there was also a contingent of Proud Boys that I hadn't met before from Arizona who appeared to wear these orange hats and had orange armbands.
So when the Proud Boys went back down the hill to the Peace Circle, did a larger crowd start together?
Well, no, first of all, we went round to the back and down the steps, and we took some photographs on the east side of the Capitol, and then we went for lunch. We went for tacos.
So, Mr. Questa, you're a journalist, so you're careful to stick to things that you have observed. But what you've told us is highly relevant. Let me highlight a few key facts that you and others have provided the committee. First, there was a large group of Proud Boys present at the Capitol. We know that from multiple sources. You now estimate that there were around 250 to 300 individuals that you've testified. They weren't there for President Trump's speech. We know this because they left that area to march toward the Capitol before the speech began. They walked around the Capitol that morning. I'm concerned this allowed them to see what defenses were in place and where weaknesses might be. And they decided to launch their attack at the Peace Circle, which is the front door of the Capitol complex. It's the first security perimeter that those marching from the ellipse would have to come to as they moved toward the Capitol. The Peace Circle walkway was always where the thousands of angry Trump supporters would arrive after President Trump sent them from the ellipse. The Proud Boys timed their attack to the moments before the start of the joint session in the Capitol, which is also where President Trump directed the angry mob, "We fight like hell," end quote. He told them before sending them down Pennsylvania Avenue, right to where the Proud Boys gathered and where you were filming. Now, a central question is whether the attack on the Capitol was coordinated and planned. What you witnessed is what a coordinated and planned effort would look like. It was the culmination of a months-long effort spearheaded by President Trump. Mr. Questa, thank you for your eyewitness account of the lead up to the breach of the Peace Circle. This brings us to a point in time where you and Officer Edwards were in close proximity. At this point, I reserve the balance of my time pursuant to 5C, Section 8 of House Resolution 503. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for questioning.
Thank you very much, Mr.
All right,
Chairman.
this is going to be interesting.
Officer Edwards, I want to start by thanking you for your service and thank you for your courage. Thank you for being
Just
here
really
this
quickly,
evening.
what do you guys think about
I
these
know that,
two people as
It's
witnesses?
not easy to
Great.
relive what happened.
Fantastic.
For you
I've been
and for the
tweeting about
officers
them.
behind
Amazing.
you and for the family members.
I
and
like the Ivanka
officers,
Trump better.
in the audience this
Mary, I
evening.
wanted more Ivanka
But
Trump.
It's really important for the country.
Honestly, I don't think she has anything to say, but okay.
What happened?
Come on.
I want to
You
start
feel power over
Edwards,
Daddy.
with a short
Come on,
clip
that's pretty good.
that shows the horrible moment when you were injured as the peace circle was breached.
Oh, good, more video. I mean, bad because it's so fucking horrible, but good because people need to see this. These animals. USA.
That's right where we were.
Look at that.
Mr. Edwards, can you describe the crowd that had assembled at the Peace Circle as you and your fellow officers stood behind and guarded the bike racks at the Peace Circle?
Yes, so there were about, I want to say about 5 of us on that line. And there was our bike rack, and then at the bottom of the Pennsylvania Avenue walkway, or right by Peace Circle, there was another bike rack. And so the crowd had kind of gathered there. It was the crowd led by Joseph Biggs, and they were mostly in civilian clothes. There were some who had military fatigues on. We could see people with bulletproof vests on, things like that. They didn't seem, extremely cohesive, but they had gathered there in their outfits, but they had gathered there together. And Joseph Biggs he had a megaphone, and he started talking about, first it was things kind of relating to Congress. And then the tables started turning once the, what is now the Arizona group is what you said, the crowd with orange hats, they came up chanting F-U-C-K, Antifa, and they joined that group. And once they joined that group, Joseph Biggs' rhetoric turned to the Capitol Police. He started asking us questions like, you didn't miss a paycheck during the pandemic. Mentioning stuff about our pay scale was mentioned. And, started turning the tables on us. And I can, conservatively say probably hundreds of civil disturbance events. I know when I'm being turned into a villain, and that's when I turned to my sergeant and I stated the understatement of the century. I said, Sarge, I think we're going to need a few more people down here. And so after that, I think they started conferring. They went a little silent. They started conferring among each other. I saw the person now identified as Ryan Samsel. He put his arm around Joseph Biggs, and they were talking, and then they started approaching the first barricade. They ripped the first barricade down, and they approached our bike racks. At that time, we started holding on, grabbing the bike racks. There weren't many of us, so I grabbed the middle between 2 different bike racks. And, I wasn't under any pretense that I could hold it for very long, but I just wanted to, make sure that we could get more people down and get our CDU units time to answer the call. So we started grappling over the bike racks. I felt the bike rack come on top of my head, and I was pushed backwards, and my foot caught the stair behind me, and my chin hit the handrail, and then at that point I had blacked out, but my
Jesus.
back of my head clipped the concrete stairs behind me.
And you were knocked unconscious, is that right, Officer Edwards?
Yes, ma'am.
But then when you regained consciousness, even with the injuries, you returned to duty, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. You know, at that time, adrenaline kicked in. I ran towards the West Front, and I tried to hold the line at the Senate steps at the Lower West Terrace. More people kept coming at us. It just seemed like, you know, more and more people started, you know, coming onto the West Front. They started overpowering us. And that was right about when MPD's officers showed up. Their bike officers pushed the crowd back and allowed our CDU units as well as theirs to form that line that you see, that very thin line between us and the protesters or the rioters, you know, at that time. I fell behind that line, and for a while I started decontaminating people who had gotten sprayed and treating people medically who needed it.
And then you were injured again there on the West Terrace, is that right, Officer Edwards?
Yes, ma'am. So after a while, I got back on the line. It was on the house side of the Lower West Terrace. And I was holding that line for a while. There weren't many of us over there. And Officer Sicknick was behind me for most of the time, for about 30 to 45 minutes that I was down there. We were just, as the best we could, we were just, you know, grappling over bike racks and trying to hold them as quick as possible. All of a sudden, I see movement to the left of me, and I turned, and it was Officer Sicknick with his head in his hands, and he was ghostly pale, which I figured at that point that he had been sprayed, and I was concerned. My you know, cop alarm bells went off, because if you get sprayed with pepper spray, you're going to turn red. He turned just about as pale as this sheet of paper. And so I looked back to see what had hit him, what had happened, and that's when I got sprayed in the eyes as well. I was taken to be decontaminated by another officer, but we didn't get the chance because we were then tear gassed.
And we are going to play just a brief clip of that moment that you've just described, Officer Edwards. Officer Edwards, I just want to thank you for being here. And I know, again, how difficult it is. I know the family of Officer Sicknick as well, who's here tonight. And one of the things one of the Capitol Police officers said to me recently was to ask me whether or not, as members of Congress, all of us understood that on that day, on January 6th, when we were evacuated from the chamber, were led to a safe, undisclosed location, whether we knew that so many of you had rushed out of the building and into the fight. And I can assure you that we do know that, and that we understand how important your service is. Thank you for your continued work with our committee and the interviews, and thank you very much for both of you for being here this evening. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Edwards, can you give us one memory of that awful day that stands out most vividly in your mind?
Wouldn't that be being knocked out?
I can. That time when I talked about falling behind MPD's line, I remember because I had been kind of shielded away because I was holding those stairs. So I wasn't able to really see what was going on over here. When I fell behind that line and I can just remember my breath catching in my throat because what I saw was just a war scene. It was something like I'd seen out of the movies. I couldn't believe my eyes. There were officers on the ground, you know, they were bleeding, they were throwing up, they were, you know, they had, I mean, I saw friends with blood all over their faces. I was slipping in people's blood.
God.
You know, I was catching people as they fell. It was carnage. It was chaos.
American carnage.
I can't even describe
band name.
What I saw. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that as a police officer, as a law enforcement officer, I would find myself in the middle of a battle.
With other Americans who claim to believe that Blue Lives Matter.
You know, a couple of subjects and handle a crowd, but I'm not combat trained. And that day,
neither are teachers, by the way.
Hours of hand-to-hand combat, hours of dealing with things that were way beyond any law enforcement officer has ever trained for. And I just remember that moment of stepping behind the line and just seeing the absolute war zone that the West Front had become.
I tell you, imagine this hearing if we had had the Jim Jordans and Matt Gaetzes with their theatrics interrupting everything.
Right?
I expected them to storm this committee here and interrupt it. I really expected Marty to show up, try to get a distraction.
From fellow Americans. None of us.
Maybe
So
they made
that's the headline. If I were doing the headlines in tomorrow's paper and I just did this read on it, it would be I was slipping in people's blood.
Yep.
Officer Carolyn Edwards, and it was hours of hand-to-hand combat.
Throughout my
That's
chairmanship of
the
this
hearing right
committee,
there.
I've continuously vowed that this committee will ensure a
maybe the Republicans made a tactical error by not participating
January
in
6th, and that we will follow the facts wherever they lead. Your
By the way, the
testimony is
people
an
that Marjorie
essential
Taylor
part
Greene say are political
that
prisoners
record.
and being held,
Helps
the ones who
us
beat
do
these
our
police
job.
officers. Those are the ones being
Requested.
held without bail. It's
Thank
the
you
most
for sharing
egregious,
your
horrific
footage and your
Wait, hang on one second because it sounds like I'm hearing this double. So if
Images you
anybody's like
recorded
listening to
have
this
shared with
somewhere else,
the committee.
please turn that
Do a
volume
better
down because I'm
job than
hearing
any of our
two
words in
different
reinforcing
soundtracks. Hey,
the
Wash.
violence of January 6th. We hope that the power of your
Yeah,
footage help
I don't know if you
encourage
guys
all
saw Seth
Americans to
Abramson's
consider how citizens
primer
was so
on the
much
January 6
in
hearings,
common
but that was
could
one thing he talked a lot
viciously
about,
brawl at the seat of their
the
Democratic governor.
strategic
Officer Edwards, thank you
mistake
for your
that
brave
McCarthy
service, as I
made
indicated on January
by making
6th.
it making it impossible for.
I mean, you got to believe that Donald is watching this, going, "Where the hell are my guys defending me?"
That's right, and there are none.
Against those violent
tactical error.
We can only
Enormous.
His daughter even threw him under the bus. So much for loyalty.
Well,
They don't know what that means. Thank goodness.
And your will to continue to protect and serve despite your serious injuries should be an inspiration to all of us. We wish you a continued recovery and look forward to seeing you back in uniform sometime
Yeah, I
soon.
hope they're paying for these people's
The members
trauma
of the
therapy.
Select Committee may have additional questions for tonight.
They need to give these officers the Medal of Freedom.
They absolutely do.
In writing to those
I want to
questions.
push back on it being like a war zone. Having been to several war zones and having been there on January 6th,
opening remarks,
the difference was on January 6th, there were no lines.
Right. Who's the enemy? Right, Brian?
Yeah, you did not know. When I've been in a war zone, I know which direction the enemy is in. I did not know on January 6th. It was worse.
That's such a good point. And that honestly added to the trauma.
Yeah, well, I still think about it every time I see this video.
What really made me want to come was the fact that, I had supported Trump all that time. I did believe, that the election was being stolen. And Trump asked us to come.
I'm still hearing him.
He asked for us to come to D.C. that day. And I thought, for everything he's done for us, if this is the only thing he's going to ask of me.
It's like, what the fuck has he done for anybody? But okay.
To the Capitol.
Capitol, because you're a pathetic piece of garbage.
Going to the Capitol during his speech. Oh, yeah. So that's one of my disappointments. He said he was going to go with us, and he was going to be there.
I know why I was there, and that's because he called me there, and he laid out what is happening in our government. He laid it out.
But I remember Donald Trump telling people to be there, right? I mean, to support. So you mentioned that the president asked you. Do you remember a specific message?
Basically, yeah, he asked for us to come to D.C., that big things are going to happen.
What got me interested, he said, I have something very important to say on January 6th or something like that.
This is good.
What got me interested to be there?
Trump has only asked me for two things. He asked me for my vote, and he asked me to come
Your
on
soul.
January 6th.
Mary, when he says Trump, was he referring to you
When
or
the committee
Donald? Your uncle?
reconvenes next week,
Well,
we're going to examine
I can't really discuss that right now.
those men.
I'm trying to make sure which Trump it is. There's a lot now.
That's why everybody needs to call him Donald. It
I
just
know.
makes
We're
everything
going to take a
simpler.
close look
And he hates it.
first part of Trump's attack on the rule of law, when he hit the fuse that ultimately resulted in the violence of January 6th. Without objection, and with that, the committee stands adjourned.
Oh, wow.
That's it. They're ending at 10 o'clock because that was a network commitment, I believe.
Wow. Well, I thought it was only going to be 90 minutes. So that's.
They had it in by 10, I think. Keep the networks, ABC and CBS.
Okay.
It took a while to get warm, but once they heated it up, it was pretty good.
Much to discuss. I hope some of you or all of you can hang out for a little bit. Because we're dealing with.
That's Harry
We're
Dunn, by
dealing
the way.
with so many different elements here. We have the performative aspect, which part of me feels very cynical about because it shouldn't be necessary. But these are the times in which we live, right? It has to be compelling. It has to grab people by the lapels or whatever. Who is Cheney? Oh, I think that's Officer Sicknick's family. Oh my God, I can't even imagine that. I think those are his parents. So it's the show part of it, right? It's hi Norm. I'm so glad you're back. And it's the case that's being made. And Maya made a really good point that I think informed the beginning part of this. It felt like a presentation to a jury, which is a captive audience, but a TV audience is not captive. So it definitely improved as time went on. But then, of course, there's the substantive part of it, and what is the most compelling way to help people who may not be as tied into it as we are, um, to want to keep watching and want to keep understanding. And that is, I think, so tricky, because I think one of the biggest challenges this committee had, besides the enormous task of sifting through so much information and figuring out what was the most important stuff for people, what were the most important things they needed to highlight in a way that was compelling, but also who who is their audience, right? So I think the first question I want to ask all of you, and let's make this a free for all. What
That'll be tough.
I know it will be, because it's
we're all wallflowers. Come on, you're gonna have
I know we're all so shy, but seriously, and I can pick a person to start with. So I'm going to pick Norm. What worked, what didn't, and do you think that regardless of those two things, do you think the committee did a really good job of setting up the next hearings so that people will come back?
I thought overall it was very compelling, and the testimony, the videos, all were. What I missed here was more of the larger narrative, that this wasn't just about January 6th, that it was a conspiracy going back to November, that it probably started the day after the election, that it involved more than Trump just publicly calling on people to come to Washington, more than the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers and some of the people inside. I wanted right from the beginning to lay out the fact that this was a vast conspiracy over months that Trump initiated and led. That shouldn't wait until the next hearing or the hearing after that.
Yeah.
And I do worry, Mary, I worry less about people who tuned in at the beginning and then left. I don't think that happened much. I think anybody interesting or curious in this was going to stick around, and after a short while would get really wrapped up in it and caught up. And I think that really did happen. I worry about who's going to show up the second time and the third time. And that's where I think that compelling overall narrative would have been significant. I'll just say one other thing, which is I'm also very concerned about the way the press is covering this stuff.
Yes.
So far, what I've seen is more of the usual cynical bullshit. Oh, who cares? Nobody's watching. It's trying to put this into a kind of horse race game again. Who's up, who's down? Not about the direct threat to the country. And if that's what we get, we're fucked.
Norm, I so agree with you. And first, I just want to say, Kathy Griffin and AG are in the house. Hi, guys. It's so good to have you here.
Hi, I'm Kathy Griffin here with Allison Gill, a.k.a. Mueller, She Wrote Daily Beans.
And a.k.a. AG, which is what I call her. Hi, guys.
We're having a whole party in your honor. Victor Shee is also here. Lincoln's Bible. Your favorite tweeters and politicos.
All right. Well, then they have to come on, make room. What Norm just said is so important. I talked about this the other day. There were two New York Times headlines, and I'm going to have to paraphrase because I kind of forgot precisely what they said, but they framed this entirely in political terms. Can Democrats turn things around for the mid? It's like, are you fucking kidding me? This is about the future of American democracy, or the death of American democracy. This is not about who's making the best case for the fucking midterm. So, I mean, Kathy, AG, you guys watched the hearings. Do you think that well, we all did, of course, but they're new. They just got on, so I want to talk to them for a second.
Being a good host.
But seriously, I am. I'm being, it's that Greek thing of guest host thing. So, do you think that what the committee did tonight and has laid out for the next few sessions can combat this? I mean, the fact that we're even saying this is so egregious that we have to, and of course, I'm talking about mainstream media, not people like Brian or Waj or Kurt or any of the rest of us.
Mainstream.
But I did that. No, I'm guilty of it, so it's fine. Don't blame
Well,
me.
I totally blame Dean entirely, but no, but seriously, like outlets like the New York Times, who just cannot seem to get rid of their addiction to the horse race. Do you think this committee is going to be able to combat that kind of framing?
I think it's all about how many of our friends that we feel are just simply open-minded we can get to watch. I have a lot of colleagues here in Los Angeles that are not as tied in as you guys and as we are, frankly. And I think that if one of my pals, who maybe they're in show business or maybe they're from my AA group or whatever, and they're not super engaged, but they're like a regular, well-meaning American person.
Yeah.
But they have, for whatever reason, they're busy with kids or whatever. I do believe, if I were to take one of those folks and say, can I have 2 hours of your time? I think this would be really meaningful, and I think they would want to pay more attention. I also think, there's a Watergate effect to it. I was a Watergate kid. I remember my mom ironing and me watching Watergate like it was the best thing in the world. And I hope this takes off in this way. And I'm going to make an analogy that's going to seem ridiculous, but I wish that the interest that went for Johnny Depp and Amber Heard could go for this, because this is
amen.
Real life drama. Amen. This is the real life drama that that we should be paying attention. And by the way, it has those elements. So like, call me corny. Nothing to me would be better than if this could somehow be discovered by young people. Like, let this freaking take off on TikTok or whatever. But I think the bones are there, and I think it was a great presentation. Allison?
Yeah, I agree. And hello.
Oh my God.
Yes, we have dogs.
I agree, and I hadn't heard what your conversation was up to this point. Hi, Mary, Dean, Kurt, Waj, Jen, Brian, Norm. It's nice to meet you. These really had an emotional impact on me, and I'm a wonk. I'm steeped in this.
Yep.
And I have already spoken to several of my friends who aren't wonks, who were also very emotionally impacted by what they were able to put together today. So that gives me a lot of hope. Aside from what the New York Times is going to keep trying to do with their, can I say bullshit? Bullshit headline.
You can swear as much as you fucking need to, because telling anybody they can't swear during this horror would be cruel. So swear away.
Yeah. So I think that whatever the fuck they're talking about with, look at what happened to that officer at the peace circle. How will Joe Biden cope?
How is it Joe Biden's fault?
And
why it's bad for Joe Biden.
I want you to make, if you will, interject this point. This is very important. Where was Joe Biden during this? No, seriously. He got out of town so that this would take center stage, because the White House has been dealing with so many other issues that by not being there, he lets this take center stage in town. I think that was a planned response.
But again,
it's
a
good one, because these hearings had to be center stage. I'm not criticizing him for it. I'm saying it was a good thing to do. What we saw today in all of this, and the New York Times aside, I'll tell you, I hope young reporters learn something from this. Go back and look at the Watergate hearings. I remember them, and Kathy, I remember they preempted The Price is Right, which pissed me off because I was coming home until I got into them. But
it's like heresy.
Yeah, but
Can I ask?
The president was out of town. Look, the ultimate scorecard is, does this lead to indictments? And that's what you've been talking about, is who the audience is. And the way they presented it tonight, they were presenting evidence, dozens of people saying Trump was behind it. That was very significant. And having that police officer come out and describe, there's a woman, nearly beaten to death. This is above and beyond what we've already seen. The point was made tonight to set up the next few nights as to what exactly happened. And they did do it. I did not like the two statements at the beginning, but once they got into video and started rolling, I thought it was a lot better. Personally, I think they needed an editor, but politicians like to talk off the top, so they did. But at the end of the day, they did what they had to do, was presenting a case, and they did it compellingly. And there's nothing more compelling than seeing that woman sit there and talk about how she was knocked unconscious, got back up, and it was like a war zone, and she's slipping in other people's blood. Man, if that isn't a soundbite, if that doesn't bring you home, you have no soul.
I have a question. Can we see any more, or is there another interview with that documentarian? I thought he was interesting, and I actually did want to hear more. So
I wouldn't be surprised.
He might be back for part 2.
I think that,
and I'm sure there's more video.
Because he is also assisting the Department of Justice.
Right.
And
Interesting.
So that's kind of what I think. But I'm also interested to note, since we just joined, we just got.
I'm going to tap out for Victor Shi, who it was a delegate, and he's like he goes to UCLA, and he's real smart, and he's a genuine Asian. Sorry, Kurt. Come on.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
No,
Wait a minute.
Come on now.
What's happening?
First time.
No, Victor is awesome. Victor.
Hi, Victor.
I just want to first of all, I want to point out that if the NBA finals had been preempted, we would have lost Waj, which makes
we would have lost Waj.
I think it's a sad commentary.
Maybe.
Okay.
I would have been pained.
Waj,
All right.
Did everyone like the hearing? Was everyone impacted? Did everyone think they did a relatively good job?
I think so. I thought that was very powerful.
Not immediately, but yes, it was devastating. But I want to talk about it in the context of everything else that's been going on in this country. We just saw what was one of the most I literally don't even know, heartbreaking. I don't have the words to describe what that hearing yesterday about what happened in Uvalde, what happened in Buffalo, what's happened in general in terms of mass shootings. If that isn't going to move the needle on the other side, right? If a doctor can talk about what he faced, and the response of one entire party is like, we need our guns, we need our weapons of war anyway, then I worry. And that is why the audience for this is so important. And I agree that the most important audience should be the DOJ, although why Merrick Garland needs to be convinced of anything at this point is mind-blowing to me, but perhaps he does. However, I do still think that, and maybe Kurt, you can talk to this for a second, because you just pointed out that they're calling in Chris fucking Christie to commentate as if he's an authority on anything other than blocking traffic and being a world-class sycophant. We do need to convince a segment of the population, because otherwise, if there is indeed the kind of response that there should be from the Department of Justice, there will be backlash. So we need as many Americans as possible to be on the same page. Right, Kurt?
Absolutely. I mean, I think in talking with the committee leading up to this hearing, it was very clear to me that the true audience for them, for tonight's proceeding, was a combination of people who probably haven't thought about this since the immediate aftermath of January 6th.
Right.
Who turned on ABC, CBS, NBC for the first time seeing this presentation. And then the other half of the audience was really the press corps, to give them enough to keep following the story, and to cover Monday's hearing. This is why you saw in the very, very beginning of this hearing that little snippet of Bill Barr, the first time we have heard or seen him talk about this in this way, calling the big lie, quote, bullshit. This is why you saw snippets of Ivanka Trump corroborating Bill Barr's statement. And the point of those devices was to give the media the headspace of, oh, they have these guys on tape. They have hours of depositions with these guys. What else are they going to say with these other hearings? And then another nugget that was, I think, very interesting was Liz Cheney throwing in there, oh, by the way, Scott Perry, other Republican members of Congress, they were trying to get pardons during all of this.
Right.
And when I heard that, I just went, what? Because if you haven't done anything illegal, you don't need to get a pardon.
Right.
And I know from talking to the committee that one of the key narratives that you will see play out in these upcoming hearings is how Republican members of Congress helped the domestic terrorists case the joint ahead of time.
Yeah.
And there is going to be a massive, I think, ton of heat coming down on Republican members of Congress who helped plan and execute this. I think the overall sense that even as they were arguing to the American people, arguing in court on behalf of Donald, that those people who were making those arguments did not believe what they were saying. They did not believe in the big lie. They knew this thing was over. They knew that they lost. I think that's going to be
still a bullshit.
And you're going to see, I think one of the entire hearings next week is going to be just solely about that part of it. So I think that the committee did a really good job of, one, if you hadn't checked on this since January of 2020 and you're just tuning in now, I think they got you with this. The combination of the video presentation and the testimony we just heard. I think if you are a member of the media, whatever side of this you're on, whatever bullshit you usually play, prognosticating inside the baseball fishbowl nonsense, I think they gave you enough to keep tuning into this next week.
We're a subject for video.
Well, and that's the thing. And I said this morning on Morning Joe, improving with the most damning part of this entire proceeding will be what Republican members of the administration, campaign aides, White House aides, family members, what they say under oath on tape, because depositions are like confessionals, and these witnesses tend to want to unburden themselves of what they know when they get into the situation. And I also think that one of the byproducts of this will be people who have not yet spoken to the committee will start cooperating with the committee as well.
Mary, can I ask Norma a legal question? When did everyone notice that at some point Pence became the president and handed over power, or power was handed over to Pence, and he made the calls sometime down in that loading dock? How can that happen without or with? I mean, how did that possibly happen without getting the cabinet to vote for the 25th Amendment? I'm a little confused as to how
Go ahead, Norm.
I don't have a good answer to that. He wasn't formally able to do any of that.
Right. So that's what because people were trying to get Donald to do it, they couldn't get through to him, so they ended up calling Pence. That's what was it was panic, really.
Formalized.
It wasn't formal.
Right. Yeah, it was an informal transfer, and since he was the one in the highest level they could reach in government, he made a decision because they were all the head was severed. He was, watching video and having fun and not answering phone calls. Somebody had to make a decision.
I didn't know you could do that without making some sort of formal declaration.
Right. And they asked, I remember that being asked at the time of there was confusion.
Well, I'm just telling you what they did.
Both the 25th or not, and that never got answered.
Right.
Yeah. This was not technically legal or constitutional. This was impromptu, basically.
Like I thereby or give myself the power to call out the guard, I guess.
Where's the president? He's not here. Who makes the decision? Well, the VP's right there. Ask him. Do it.
Mary,
and I'll answer to the president when I see him.
Well, the VP was also the one under attack.
I'm under attack. Protect me.
Mary, so to make this more interesting next time, what do you think?
Wait, hang on. Let Dean go ahead. No, Dean, go ahead.
So you're saying to make this more interesting next time, maybe a Masked Singer type of thing we do in
Oh,
what about like I have an idea. What about a reality show like The Apprentice, where you sit around, but you can be in charge of it. Just any Trump can work. Here.
Yeah, look, nobody's fired.
I talked
would
to
be
Trump
what I would
supporters
say
tonight who call my show.
Wait,
I talked to Trump supporters tonight who call my show. Do you think facts are going to change them? I talk to them all the time. No,
they're not the audience.
Just tell them. Right. Like that word. It doesn't work. This is not for them. This is for an audience of one. That guy's name is Merrick Garland. And the end game, people are like, I'm watching cable news anchors go, do you think this will help Democrats in the midterm? This is about saving our republic from fascism. This is about winning the midterm. I hope we win, but it has nothing to do with
Dean,
this.
I think it's wrenching it back from fascism. I see nothing but fascism, and it continues. And they're trying to. This is a minority of people trying to do it.
I have to say a little bit that this.
Hey, Dean, I got a question for you. Got a quick question for you, or anybody who wants to answer. If the indictments are to come, do you think they come? Do you think they come before the midterms or after?
After.
Wait, no. Fulton County is going to come before, I think.
Yes.
I think Fulton County down in Georgia will come. Yeah.
One needs to come before. And I just want, as a very quick aside, I just want everybody to know that I was asked to be on The Masked Singer as a contestant. What? And it is one of the most embarrassing things that's ever happened to me.
When does your episode air? When does your episode air, man?
Who's jealous? Who is jealous?
So the hearings were worth it because we now know Mary's on
The Masked Singer. Let's go. Let's hear it.
Let me answer Dean's or give a different response than Dean's. I think there's a different audience, and it's not just an audience for the midterms. Whenever or if there are indictments are forthcoming, we need to have a substantial share of the public that understands, because the attack is going to be that it was political. It's trying to undermine Trump from running again. You need to have those persuadable voters, the swing voters, understand that this is being done because this guy broke every law, was himself engaged in a seditious conspiracy. And if we don't have this laying it out for people, then you're going to have a whole lot of those who don't normally pay much attention, believing that this is just an attempt to use the force of government illegitimately the same way that Trump used the force of government. So there's a reason for doing this beyond just trying to persuade Merrick Garland. And it's not going to persuade Merrick Garland. He's got plenty of other evidence. And
do you think
when
Trump's
it comes, I don't know.
Norm, do you think Trump's running again then?
I think what these hearings might do is to convince Trump sooner rather than later to announce his candidacy.
Exactly. He has to run.
I got to get out ahead of this so that I can say they're trying to undermine my candidacy.
He has to run. Right,
Did
Brian?
you hear the cheering? Ron DeSantis couldn't be happier after tonight. Ron DeSantis.
Yeah,
absolutely.
He's the winner.
I am still unsure that he will run again. I think he'll walk up to the line. He already said something about his health. You know, a doctor could say at any moment, he'll use that as an excuse. He's going to walk it right up to the line. My God, today when this is going on, the SOB is trying to sell me golf balls. I'm getting emails about the most important thing. Trump golf balls are in. I'm going, no.
But you know what, Brian, I'm not saying that it's a done deal, but the more trouble legal trouble he thinks he's in, the more reason he will have to run, because he thinks it will protect him, as it has. It absolutely has. So I want to, I want to bring in the some of the Kathy Griffin crowd we haven't heard from yet. But before I do that, just because I think it's absolutely fucking hysterical, in addition to be asked on The Masked Singer,
There's more.
I was also asked to invest in a trampoline park. They have trampoline parks all over the world, and they thought it would be a really good fit for me. So my agent was like, "We'll do it, but only if they call it trampoline."
Trampoline. I knew it.
Trampoline.
And shockingly, I still said no. I'm like, "You think it's a good fit? Okay, fine."
Are you crazy? What? I'll take it tomorrow.
You could have subsidized your child's life, Mary, and you said no.
I know.
You, Mary.
Hold on a second. Judy Gold is in the house.
Woo!
Hey, Judy.
Hi.
How are you? What a night. What must see TV, baby.
Judy's happy.
It's me kidding.
By the way, Norm mentions seditious conspiracy. After tonight, folks, we are just one link away from Donald, your uncle, being charged. Of course
we are.
When you look at the law, it's just using force to delay the execution of any law. So you have that. All you need, literally, you've got the Oath Keepers meeting with the Proud Boys, which we learned tonight. Stuart Rhodes meeting with Enrico Terrio. Didn't know that before. They're both charged with seditious conspiracy. They did this for Trump. There is no January 6th without Trump. All you need is that one piece of evidence. And don't forget, Roger Stone's Oath Keepers bodyguards have been charged already. So literally the guys who were his bodyguards on January 5th have been charged now. And not with seditious conspiracy, but conspiracy. We just need that one thing where Donald gave him the order. And I keep thinking of Michael Cohen, who said he never tells you directly.
An explicit agreement, though, for conspiracy. Correct me if I'm wrong. Jen, I think you know this. If it's just two people doing overt acts toward the same criminal goal, that creates a conspiracy. I don't think you need an explicit agreement.
You need an agreement, but an agreement can be imputed.
Implied.
Yeah, right. You can.
That's how they got the mob.
But here's the deal, though. This is what makes me so queasy. This is the same story we faced with the Mueller report, where the Justice Department was like, "Yeah, there's this parallel conduct, and we just don't think there's enough evidence of an agreement for them to feel comfortable charging it." And we all know where that led. And so
nowhere.
But fortunately, we have Matthew Graves now, who has the balls and the fucking chutzpah to charge seditious conspiracy. Yeah. And that says to me that we have a Justice Department that's willing to make that conspiratorial connection, not like Mueller failed.
I hope so. That's what I'm hoping. And also, I also think, just going back to what Norm said, sorry to jump in, Mary, but
no.
Moving the lens back in time, the more we look at all the pieces. I think that my comment on Twitter today is there's three really important numbers that we need to focus on, right? We've got 187 minutes when Donald did nothing.
Absolutely.
We have the 11,000, whatever number of votes he wanted someone to find in Georgia.
Yep.
And then we have the, $4.3 million that Donald and his campaign spent on the rally. I mean, there are other numbers, but all those point to linkages. And we just, as what Allison said, she's, and I trust her. She's never been wrong, I think. Right, Allison, you left.
She's never wrong.
She's like, no, I've never been wrong.
The times were like from her childhood. So.
Yeah, she's never been wrong except that marriage.
Oh,
well,
I mean, who else can say the same thing? Except for that marriage.
Well, she wouldn't argue with me,
Judy.
Anyway, I'll shut up now. I think it's probably best.
No, don't need to shut up. Go ahead, Dean.
I just have a question for Dean.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ryan. Yes.
You said all they need is the link, right?
Yeah.
All you need is one more thing. You've got everything. You've got all the facts you need.
The question is, do you think they have it and will show it?
I don't know. To me, January 6th is one component, the actual attack. I think the behind-the-scenes conspiracy is actually more compelling. I think the evidence is very damning.
Absolutely.
Judge Carter in that opinion talked about, you've got the obstructing Congress. You have him telling, and I'm glad that Liz Cheney brought up today, Trump said to the DOJ, to the acting AG, Jeffrey Rosen, just tell them you found corruption and leave the rest to me. That is so bad. Right. That's the definition of corruptly under federal law for the idea it's in bad faith, that the motive is there. It's a bad faith motive. So you've got that. So I think you've got that. The January 6th part is the physical manifestation of this behind. I'm sorry.
You just think it's a. I think they put it out for a reason.
You got to charge Trump. You got to charge him. Everyone named Trump except for Mary has to be in jail when this is over. Mary's the only one to stay free.
Well, not my daughter. That would be bad.
Be adult. Right.
She's 20.
There's a dog. We have to see.
There's a dog, and I also have a new guest. Another guest I'm adding to your show is Ethan Bierman, and he used to go on Fox and be like the sound of reason. So don't beat him up too bad.
No, not at all. Listen.
Follow him on Twitter.
I think that the way
him just being here now probably got him fired from Fox tonight.
Yeah.
That's a badge of honor, sir. No, but seriously.
You're welcome, sir.
The way we need to frame this, all of this going forward, this is not right, left. This is right, wrong. This is pro-democracy, pro-fascism, pro-democracy versus pro-autocracy. So what I want to ask, because, we've got, okay, so I'm so sorry. I know Victor's here. And I'm so sorry, Lincoln's Bible. I don't know your actual.
My name is Stephanie.
Stephanie. Okay, sorry. I didn't know that. I just follow you on Twitter because you have a great Twitter feed. So I apologize for that. But hello, Stephanie, aka Lincoln's Bible, and Judy. So I want to start with Judy right now.
Oh, thank you.
Honestly, it's a little bit of favoritism simply because Judy and I have known each other for like 21 years.
Yes.
So,
yes.
So you and I have talked a lot about the extremism, just the way the other side is so tied into this false narrative that they absolutely believe in. And there's another adorable puppy. Hi, Ponzu.
Hi, Ponzu.
See, I can't. Both of my cats just had surgery, so I can't pick them up and show you how adorable they are.
Cats that have surgery.
Well, my kitten had my kitten got spayed. My kitten got spayed, and my 10-year-old had emergency. All sorts. Doesn't matter. They're still adorable, but I can't pick them up and show them to you. Anyway, so Judy, we have really delved into what is happening with the American psyche in terms of like, why are there so many people in this country who just are so easily swayed, are so easily convinced that what's up is down, what's black is white, et cetera, et cetera. So in that context, like what is your take on what happened tonight? And beyond that, like what can this committee do to change people's minds or to appeal to their sense of decent or whatever and obviously that excludes about 30% of the country because fuck them.
Well, I kept watching it and thinking, how are they going to spin this? How are they going to spin that? And it was,
well, that's why Fox News didn't show it because
of course. But it's like we are so used to how they do this that I think all of us are like, oh shit, they're going to take that and do this. So my hope and dream is that they have planned for all of the pre-spin so that in between the hearings, when everyone's talking and processing, they will have answers to that during the next hearing. And I think that as much as I think they need to anticipate that, and I hope that they did. I do still, we discussed this last time I was on the show. I do still wish that they were better performers, better orders,
absolutely.
And instead of we are the nicest people in the world and these are the facts,
Take an improv class.
Oh, I mean,
That's right.
I know.
That is so
Yes,
true.
and
But
come
as
on.
the other, but as one of several Jews apparently on this podcast. But
Hey, I have a Jewish spatial laser. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Finally got
I'm
my
an honorary Jew.
She does.
I'm a
Thank
Jew.
you.
Hello.
Jen,
Jewish.
But hang on, I want to slightly disagree with Judy Gold here for a
That's
moment.
not allowed.
These three Jews,
mute him.
These 6 opinions that we have going here. So hang on. But Judy, seriously, what they're going to do is just literally deny the reality.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
There isn't a prepare anybody for the next one. It is, we still haven't figured out how to reach. So I get attacked all the time. I'm a liberal. I'm a registered Democrat, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
And yet you're on Fox.
Right. And I get attacked for that, right?
Somebody's got to do it.
But why do I do it? It's and why I won't get invited back after my tweet tonight.
No, I think it's important. Honestly, I really do.
No, I mean, really, I won't get invited back.
Really?
But
I'll retweet the tweet.
I said shame on you, Fox News, for not airing.
Oh
well then. Yeah, you're
and that's okay. But
Yeah.
but the key here is we haven't figured out how to either create a fake conservative media outlet where we then implant facts periodically, because they won't watch, they won't listen to Dean on his show. They won't, that's why I would go on Fox, is because I've seen the numbers. I've sat with the VP in New York where they're like, oh, you don't lose the audience when you come on. And it's to plant seeds of truth. So like Brian does, like all of you do, but we have to come up with a way to reach these people. And we're not doing it by talking just to ourselves. We've got to create a fake conservative outlet or something so they'll listen to it and we can give them some.
I saw a documentary on my wife's farm and talked to her brother. Her 74-year-old brother is a Trumper and his wife is QAnon. And if you can sit down and talk to them for 45 minutes or an hour and do it and convince them of anything, you got something.
You know what, though? I have to be honest with you. And Dean, you can speak to this because I just stepped on you because I didn't realize you were about to talk.
Show, Mary. I'm just a guest.
Please. But seriously, I think that part of what we need to do more strategically, and again, I do not frame this in terms of right versus left because it's not that anymore. It is literally people who want America to be a democracy versus people who don't, or people who don't care one way or the other. So I kind of feel like one of the things we need to do in figuring out how to talk to people. I'm sorry, I'm looking at some of the comments and clearly we've got trolls here. Cheap sex dating. Woohoo. I know. It like never, it's like it's so rare.
Wow, that's a lot of comments.
Yeah. The sex trolls are back, I'm being told. Hooray. You
could read the
just go to the comments. It's so fun. But seriously, I think part of what we need to figure out going forward is who are we talking to? Actually, sometimes I think what's more important is who will we choose not to talk to? Like my basic baseline right now, and of course we can be more sophisticated than this, but in the most general terms, I do not give a shit about what anybody who voted for Donald twice has to say. I don't care. I'm not addressing them. It's a waste of time as far as I'm concerned. So I want to ask Dean, Stephanie, and Victor what they think about that, and if they have any ideas about how to engage people who aren't in that group, but who aren't also in the like totally convinced group. But people who might still be swayed, people who maybe don't vote, or who don't have the luxury of being so plugged in all the time. So Dean, let's start with you.
Well, I saw this documentary, How We Can Reach Them. It was a movie documentary called Inception with Leonardo DiCaprio. We have to get them to go into their brain while they're sleeping and tell them like it's their own idea. They wake up, they go, "Oh, Donald Trump is terrible. I just thought of that, and I'm going to break up my family's business."
Our work here is done.
So, folks, there's a documentary. It's on Netflix. Check it out. I'm pretty sure it's a documentary. It was weird to have DiCaprio in a documentary, but anyway, big budget documentary.
Fuck messaging, just tap into their
I don't
brains.
know how often the people. I have a radio show on Sirius in Progress, and I have Trumpers call, even though it's progressive. And sometimes they're nice and civil. You can't change their mind. So you can have a civil conversation. Like on guns, we had some who loved Trump, but they were for like raising the age 18 to 21. You can, if you really want to, you can find common ground on certain issues, but they don't believe the facts that we believe, and that's the problem. And they don't get challenged. I had a guy, and I'll share quickly and I'll stop, that he called in and he said, we have open borders because of Biden. I go, you mean open borders? Like all the guards have left their guard towers? And he goes, and he pauses, he goes, you shut up. Like, because no one has said to him, challenged him on the next thing. Like, he just said open borders. And one of them, I go, you're right. I'm like, what do you mean by open borders? So I've had these conversations where you're like, you're not going to reach them. I had one today. This guy seemed reasonable, Trumper, and not you, Trumper, like Donald Trumper. Like, it was a Mary Trumper. Like, I want to talk to him.
I can
Donald
distinguish.
Trump.
Trust me, I've had plenty of practice.
He was like to me about, I had a whole monologue. I did my little trial today of convicting Donald Trump. And he called in and he goes, what about Ashley Babbitt? I'm like, what? Like, literally. And then it got to, what about like this other FBI agent guy that, and you're like, this is what you're dealing with. They don't, Ray Epps, they don't want, you're not going to change their minds on facts. You have to accept that. You can find common ground on certain issues, but they don't know what democracy is versus autocracy. They don't know what fascism is. They want their Trump. They want Donald. And they're not going to let a thing like the Constitution stand in the way. That's what I've learned, and it's very frightening.
Yeah. I think you're exactly right. I just want to say something really quick before I ask Stephanie where she is on all this. We have so many trolls right now in the comments. It's hysterical. So yeah, listen, keep listening, keep boosting up our numbers. I love it. Thank you.
Because of Norm. It's probably all because of Norm Ornstein.
I think it's. I completely blame Norm.
They're giving us high numbers to own us.
That's right. Yes, let's own the libs by making them successful. Thank you so much, and thank you, Norm, for inspiring them.
Clearly, Norm.
So Stephanie.
Yeah. Hey, Mary.
You have like one of the most trenchant Twitter feeds out there. And you're clearly paying attention to what's going on and where you understand as some of us do that we're like really at a crossroads right now.
Right.
So I want to ask you, like, kind of just building on what we've been talking about. One, how do we appeal to people who may not understand where we are, like sorry, let me rephrase. People who might think that like inflation and gas prices are really the things that we need to worry about, or people don't have the luxury, as pretty much everybody on this panel has right now, of being so plugged into what's going on. And what do you think this January 6th Select Committee can do to help in the effort to educate people and convince them that, there really are things that are more important than high gas prices?
Okay. So there's a lot in there. I would say.
Well, I just figured I would, just throw the kitchen sink at you.
The first meeting will do the kitchen sink. I think
you can handle it. I know that.
Thank you. I think a lot of things are getting collapsed into at a lot of areas of sort of where we need strategy versus where we need broader thinking, where we might need some minutia, are all getting constantly thrown into the bucket. And when I say we, I just mean everyone on the sort of pro-democracy side,
right,
who also is bearing witness and choosing to live a life right now, regardless of what our other careers might be, regardless of what the other responsibilities might be, we prioritize bearing witness to this moment. And that's what everybody here is doing. And that's what everyone, hopefully, that is paying attention to the January 6th committee is doing. This is a moment that's actually going down in history, and we need to bear witness to it and to the facts that are being presented. I would say to tackle the January 6th committee, what I think that they can do, there were a couple things I saw tonight that were encouraging, and I would encourage more of it, is to come at it straight. Come at it, call it a coup, right? So
Yep.
these are the words, but it's a coup. Always find the bottom line and come at it straight on and use straight language and lay it out there. That actually that's an offense that is the best defense for everything that everybody's getting panicked about. Oh, they're going to weaponize, because you have to cut through, you have to pierce. And it's not just piercing, it's not this holding out hope that we're somehow going to wake people up who have been radicalized, because there's a massive radicalization machine going on in this nation that does involve several components of media that nobody's actually speaking about honestly either, and coming at that straight either. So that needs to be tackled in a straightforward way as well.
And that happened in the room too. When they said coup, we all went, oh,
coup. We did that. Right? And why is that so important? It's because everything happens and everything begins in language. Everything begins in discussion.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't begin, some things begin in violence or in action, but all of the violence we heard about today, that all the people that showed up there for that violence first started in a conversation. They started with words.
Yeah, I think violence is rarely the first step.
Right. So understanding how everyone was radicalized is one thing, and it's a whole big topic in and of itself. And you have to understand that in order to really come at the radicalization itself and try to stop it. But on a broader sense, to understand it, it's about putting out content, putting out our own content. What you're doing right now is of incredible value. Every writer that's writing is of incredible value. Every comedians are the front line of the content that actually pierces the bubble and is so important, and why they're in my life. And I'm such champions of comedians.
Yes.
That constantly putting our own content out there that goes straight, that uses humor, that uses evocative imagery, that all of that needs to come up. Turn up the volume on all of that and keep it going and keep it persistent. And you'll see that the narrative will slowly get shifted over into that agenda. And the folks we're up against, they understand that. How do we know they understand that? We heard it tonight. What did Mark Meadows get? What did General Milley say that Mark Meadows did? We just need to, in the midst of the violence, when the violence was happening at the Capitol and people were losing their lives and blood was being spilled and democracy was literally, a mob was seeking to hang it, a mob of white supremacists led by Oath Keepers, led by extremist groups, right? We're in there with a strategy to go and take our government for themselves.
Meadows said.
Right? Meadows said, we just need to figure out the narrative.
Okay, so
what's the narrative?
There are two things that I want to say really quickly. Stephanie, aka Lincoln's Bible, going forward, I will always ask you 17-part questions because clearly you can handle them.
Yeah.
So there's that. Complexity does not seem to befuddle you. That was awesome. I mean, and your point about comedy, and again, this is something Judy and I have talked about. This is something Dean and I have talked about. This is something Alice and I have talked about. It is the leading edge of helping people connect to what's going on. I agree with you. Comedians are essential.
Essential.
Absolutely essential.
Because
they are
line it, right? It's that bottom line, Mary.
Yes.
Get into the bottom line and deliver in a way that is accessible for everybody across all demographics.
And you haven't seen Judy's act then.
But
that's how she.
And you know what? And Kathy and I just spoke about this recently as well.
Yeah.
That People do not understand the courage it takes to be a comedian who is willing to push the envelope in America. Like, there's a long tradition of this, and so many comedians who understand it as their vocation get buried, right? We've seen what happens to great comedians who are attacked, who are reviled simply for doing their job, which is to help people understand what matters, to help people understand what truth is, and to help people understand what democracy is and what it means to live in a free society.
That's right.
So, Kathy, Allison, Judy, Dean, as you are in this group, the comedians who are here, we need to salute you. We need to appreciate you, and we need to lift you up.
Very much. I don't feel appreciated enough. I'm needy. I'm very needy.
An hour.
Well, I mean, listen, I think
I have to go to sleep though. I'm tired.
neediness and comedy go hand in hand, for God's sakes. Come on, we understand this.
You can't be comedian when you're tired at 10:47.
I'm tired. I wake up at 6:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay, so listen.
Did you
we're
know
gonna...
that Mary has a PAC and she would like to thank you personally in advance for her praise of you?
Oh, wonderful.
Really?
There you go. But listen, I know we need to wrap up. It's late. It's a long night, but we're going to keep doing this for all of these hearings. But I also want to keep doing it going forward because, again, it's essential that we have a coalition of voices. And Victor, I'm so sorry we didn't get a chance to talk to you enough tonight. But we need to be. I'm going to give you. Listen, we're going to do a wrap up here right now, but I think it's really important that we keep going ahead with a coalition of voices that, that addresses all segments of the population, whether it's people who are coming at it from the perspective of comedians or the perspective of the legal implications or politics or policy, or like, I don't even know what perspective I'm coming at this as the perspective of an American who actually gives a shit what happens to this country, and I care about what happens to other human beings, right? So let's wrap up right now. I want everybody to just end tonight by what is your biggest takeaway from what happened tonight, or what do you think is the most important thing that we need to focus on going forward? Because again, and I think Stephanie said this, the most important thing is that we are in this together. The right is always in lockstep, and it's easy for them to do that. You know why? Because they're all straight, white, quote unquote, Christian, misogynistic, anti-immigrant, they're all of a piece. We are a diverse coalition. We need to stand together because we know what matters. We know what needs to happen. We know who needs to be protected, and we know what America should be. We understand the potential. We understand how beautiful the world could be if we lead with kindness and empathy. I'm sorry, I'm on like a fucking soapbox, but I'm so tired of cruelty. I cannot fucking stand it. This country cannot be like my fucking family. So, Victor, seriously, it can't be.
It's so true. That's why it's so funny.
All right,
I'm
gonna tweet that out, or I will.
So, Victor, I think, Victor, that your generation is so crucially important to what happens next. What's your takeaway? What is your basic principle of how to go forward? No pressure.
Yeah. So as someone who tries to understand the psyche of young people, I say my biggest takeaway is that this was more than...
Well, as you are one.
Yes, I am one too, yes, who tries to connect with other people and tries to understand their world. I think that this is so much more than January 6th, and that's both my takeaway and what I think that we should try to do going forward is that this was months before the election. This was an effort to very systematically, intentionally overthrow the United States government. That was my takeaway from tonight. I think the witnesses did such a good job at laying that out. I thought every single elected official did an amazing job doing that. And I think going forward, for young people at least, I honestly don't think that we can just view January 6th as an event in itself. I think we have to view this as, almost the near end of democracy, and that puts all of the other rights that we cherish as young people at stake. So what does it mean when you don't have a democracy? Abortion rights are at stake. What does it mean when you don't have a democracy? Gun rights are at stake. It's all connected, and I think that's the message that I hope that Democrats will take going forward, is telling young people that January 6th was just, I think the dogs are barking here, that January 6th wasn't just one event. It's an indication of what could happen. And it should scare all of us, especially young people who really cherish the rights that we grew up with.
Absolutely. That is all absolutely true. AG, what's your wrap up?
I think that was a hearing fit for history as I look at it as a whole. And I think the thing that really connected with me the most was when they were talking about how well before the 1st of December, in November, so many people had told Donald Trump that he had lost, and it wasn't until when we're reading these Eastman emails, December 7th, December 9th, December 8th, December 18th, that they started this Pence pressure campaign, knowing that they had lost, and then kicking off that violent insurrection as part of the attempt to overthrow and stop the electoral count. I thought they did it succinctly and wonderfully, and I do think that it is fit for history, that hearing.
Beautiful. Jen, your final thoughts for tonight, because obviously we have a long way to go.
Everything Allison just said, plus as she was speaking, I was thinking, we better not miss. We better not miss.
That's absolutely true.
Good comment.
And Brian is somebody who was there that day, and I can only imagine what seeing those videos was like for you. Where do you think this was effective, and where do you think this can go?
I think it wasn't. Well, first of all, I'll say in your response to the comedian thing earlier, the thing I judge a comedian by is whether or not they make me laugh. And I want to thank Kathy, because I've never failed to be around her, and she hasn't made me laugh. So
I have to agree with that. I have to agree with that.
Right.
Back at you.
Absolutely.
But where it's going, well, I think Formison said something to me the other day. He said, we're still in the moment. We really don't know. We're, being in the moment, we have hope that it goes in the right direction. And this is a step in that direction, without a doubt. Putting that out there today was the most calling it. We call it a coup. Hell, I call it a coup since the day it happened. I call it a failed coup since the day it happened, because I sat there and watched them. I had those guys that were climbing the wall, right? I said, hey, moron, there's stairs on the other side. You're going to have to climb the wall. Somebody's going to break their neck.
Right.
Sure enough, somebody did. And about 6 of them ran over to me and threatened to beat my ass. And I said, wait a minute, I'm with Playboy. And I showed my Playboy press pass. And one of them said, they just stopped. And he goes, can you get me into the mansion? And then after that, they turned in. And so I knew who I was dealing with that moment. These were not cogent individuals. And so I think most of them, like when it comes down
Brian,
to yeah.
Was that insurrectionist? Was it Bill Cosby? Good night, everybody.
Kathy's gone.
That was great. Even this anyway, so I think it's going forward. I think bottom line, you got to get indictments. I think that's the ultimate. And it was for Merrick Garland. It was for everybody else. It was for the whole country. But if you weren't moved by seeing all those people say that Trump told them to show up, what the fuck?
I know, right? Dean, what are your final thoughts tonight?
There's so much that we know already and that others don't. And I don't know how we can get the people who don't, I don't mean the Trumpers, the people who don't pay attention to understand the stakes, and that we really came really close to losing our democracy and our republic. And I don't know how we reached it. And, I'm hoping the indictment of Donald Trump, if he gets indicted, and the conviction of Donald Trump might do that. But I'm really not sure. The only thing I'm pretty confident of, if Donald Trump is not prosecuted, then why won't another president, a Democratic demagogue or a Republican, do the same thing? Why would they not think it's wrong? And that's what concerns me. That's why with every fiber, I believe Donald Trump has to serve out his twilight years in a prison cell as a warning for anyone politically. You can't do this and get away with it. So, I'm greatly concerned for our country. I'm hoping the future hearings with whatever kind of reality show tie-in they need to do. I don't care what they have to do. You got to do have Mary, could you do something at the next, have you outside, some kind of reality show tie-in, dancing with Trump, and it's you?
Absolutely. Anything. I'll be on a trampoline singing in a costume.
The next one's in the morning, though, trampoline. But the next one's 10 in the morning, which is kind of weird, right?
Yeah, I know. Monday.
It's a little early for me.
Yeah.
It's a weird schedule, but where did Kathy go, by the way?
She dropped the mic.
She's done. She dropped the joke and she's finished. I think we're about to sign off down here at
okay. All right. We didn't get a Kathy Griffin wrap up, but okay. So Judy.
Yes.
What is your wrap up? Where do you think we need to be going forward? And how are you feeling after tonight?
Well, I feel like I hope we're not just preaching to the choir, because, that's my biggest fear. It's like, we all know this. We all know this. Whose minds are we going to change?
Right.
They're like indoctrinated into a cult. So, the testimonies were moving. I think we need pull quotes. We need to shove it down their throat. I think, like they do, just the same shit over. Bill Barr saying, I told him it wasn't stolen. All those people saying, we told him this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And so we need to do what they do. They continue to, the big lie. They just go, they double down and triple down. And that's what we have to do. We have to, use their playbook. I also think that Eric might become the favorite tonight.
And in case anybody's wondering, I know there's a contest out there. Who's the stupidest? It's Donnie. Anyway.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, I think that's important to know. And finally, the amazing Norm Ornstein. I would love to get your take, your wrap up on what happened, because you are as invested in this as anybody. You have your wisdom is unrivaled in my view, in terms of your commentary and your analyses of what has been going on in this country for a very long time. So, I would so appreciate your giving us your final thoughts on tonight, and, maybe a preview of what you think will be happening in the next couple of weeks.
Shucks. Thank you, Mary. First, a couple of things that really struck me during the hearing that I think need more attention down the road, that are actually new. The first was Liz Cheney saying that Scott Perry and a number of other congressional Republicans sought pardons from Trump for their actions in this.
Yeah.
There are a lot of members of Congress who are complicit, who were directly engaged in sedition.
Yeah.
And they're not going to be expelled, because it probably involves more in the caucus who did it than those who didn't. But it's really important that they be brought to the bar of justice. And that may be as tricky for Merrick Garland as going after some of the Trump family, after sitting members of Congress.
Probably more, right?
Yeah. The second, it was this news story that a very large group of Proud Boys, 250 or 300 of them, didn't bother going to the rally and then marching down to the Capitol. They cut right to the chase and went right to the Capitol. And you look at that along with the pictures in the garage, and you know how much this was pre-planned. And we can be guaranteed that it wasn't the Proud Boys pre-planning it themselves. They were told to do this, and most likely by the guy who said, stand by and stand up. So those are things that I think will play out a little bit more. I also am really hopeful that Jenny Thomas is brought into a stronger light in terms of what she did, which I do not think involved just saying, yeah, let's go for it. It's much more involvement than that. And if that happens, then Clarence Thomas is going to be in a different place. And that would be very good for the country.
Oh,
and
absolutely. I don't know if Cheney's going to let that happen.
Listen,
they have texts, they have very likely emails that she sent not just to Mark Meadows, but probably to others. And there may be more than that.
Definitely
just finally, I think we all need to realize that this was a beta. Yeah, this was a beta test. And next time, it's not so much the worry that they would storm the Capitol, but they're going to try to use quasi-legal means, electing.
Absolutely.
This is where Mary's PAC becomes so important. Second stage are active results and using the Supreme Court and other courts to basically have election results that are simply disregarded and send it to the House of Representatives next time to select a Republican. And that's where these congressional elections also become more important. This may not change many minds. If we can get some of those suburban voters saying, holy shit, we can't vote for these people, or some Democrats at least who are saying, what's the big deal? Saying this really is existential. That can make a difference at the margins, and that's really important.
Yeah, that is so true. I do think that this is about helping people at the margins understand what's going on, as well as, shoring up those of us who already understand what's been going on.
Mary, do you know what Sean Hannity said tonight? I'm not kidding. He said the one person that looks good is Donald Trump from the hearings. He literally said that.
Listen,
I'm not kidding. It's not a joke. Media has it. He literally said, Sean Hannity said on this show when they were talking about January 6th, he goes, watching the hearings, the one person that looks good is Donald Trump. And everyone on the panel goes, yes. That's what they're hearing. So they're going to hear there's nothing bad about Donald.
But Dean, that's why I'm glad they didn't show the hearings, because, we need to.
Insane.
It is insane. But the people who believe that are the people who watch Fox News. Like nobody else is going to, right?
Don't ever call it Fox News.
Why don't you know what, Norm? I never do. Like that's the first fucking. I'm so sorry.
News.
I only call it Fox.
News.
What's wrong with me? It's been a really long day. It's Fox. They're not news. You're absolutely right. And this is another reason that we need to be careful about how we describe things. It's not pro-life. It's anti-choice, right? It's not Fox. It's just Fox propaganda, right? And I'm actually shocked at myself that I did that, because I've literally never called it that before in my life. So thank you for pointing that out.
Go to sleep.
Okay, guys, it's been amazing. I'm so appreciative of you. Jen Taub, Brian Karam, Norm Ornstein, Judy Gold, Kathy Griffin, Allison Gill, Victor Shea, Stephanie, aka Lincoln's Bible, Dino Badala, Maya Wiley, and Rob Reiner. I'm sure I'm missing somebody, but it's late. But you guys are amazing, and you give me strength, you give me hope, you keep me going. It is really easy to feel lonely in this day and age. It's really easy to feel like you're screaming into a void, and to have people like you.
Yes,
on
I've
the
been to the
same
White House.
Same here, buddy. And it's It's horrific.
Yeah.
Or it was anyway.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's lovely now. But to have you on the same side of things, it just changes everything. And it makes it easier for me to get out of bed in the morning, quite honestly. So thank you. We're going to keep doing this because I think it's really important. Your voices are so important. Your perspective is so important. Your belief in this country is so important. So thank you, my friends. And I am so honored to call you my friends. And now we all need to go to sleep.
Bye-bye.
Night night.
Bye, everybody.
Sweet dreams.
Thank you very much.
Dude.